We need our we need our weed. I don't wear it, but we need it. So my question to you is this: when we're talking in actual families, real people, why are we talking in percentages instead of real numbers when we're dealing with real people?
Okay, because percentages are real numbers.
No, percentages, dude, that don't even make sense.
Yes, it does.
Percentages are not real numbers.
Yes, they are.
No, they are not.
The main majority of race in this country.
Yes, they are.
White people
percentages are not real numbers. Real numbers would be
percentages
0 through 9. Those are real numbers.
I understand that this may be difficult, but percentages are real numbers.
Oh yeah.
What happened to your sheriff?
There's powerful niggardry at work here.
But does anyone see that? No. Does anyone care about that? No. All they see is an aggressive black girl talking.
Yes, I own. Yes, I own.
All right, can we get these likes up, people? We have waited long enough. We are finally here. Appreciate you guys showing up. Mike Shack, how we doing? How we doing in the audience, show? Came across an interesting video today, and I think I'm gonna have to cover some old territory as I cover this quasi new territory. But I was thinking about how to introduce this topic today. I was on my mind, almost writing a speech, because there is a kind of a philosophical problem that I've been working out in my mind for a while now. I guess it's the problem of the Black identity. And I think this identity quest, it has caused all kinds of second order problems for Black America. And a lot of that is kind of what we start talking about on this channel. I've spent a lot of time theorizing about the different attitudes and natures prevalent in Black America. One of the things that I think has happened is that this creation of mythology, this idea that Black America needs a kind of new identity because we don't want to be, the children of slaves, right? That's essentially the rejection of our narrative, the official American narrative, Black folk as slaves coming off a boat, right? Apparently, we don't want to be that. And this is the heart of creating all these other identities, right? Now, the problem I think that we have, and this is something that I think is very, very pertinent to the current Black social political crises, right? There are no Black people around the world. There are 0 Black people that are native to a first world country and culture. I'll say that again. I want you to understand the uniqueness of the Black American identity. And I'm going to say it with my chest, the superiority. All right? We are superior. We have been made by the process of God and slavery. We have been made a Negro unique in the face of all Negroes. We are Negroes of Western culture. We are the Black children of Western culture. And there is something in that I think is special and should be protected and nourished and grown to its fullest potential. And I think that once we started to have these pro-Black mythologies and these new identities, one of the functions of that sort of thing was to separate the Black American identity from the American culture, so that you no longer think of yourself as a child of Western culture. You don't look at yourself as a Black person of Western culture. You don't look at yourself, and this is the thing, this is what's the beauty of being a Black person born in ground zero of the first world, right? So much of our life, our way of living, our cultural rhythms have been worked out beforehand on our behalf by people who are hundreds, if not thousands of years removed from what we are right now. Meaning that being children of Western culture, we don't have to go through the steps of development that Africa is going through right now. There's a video of a mall in, I think, Kenya. The mall has an escalator. The Kenyans have never seen an escalator before. Can you imagine the video? I feel like if I were to describe the video of the Kenyans witnessing their first escalator, I would get like a strike for some type of racism or whatever. But I'm telling you, being a child, being the only Black people that are children of the Western world, we were baked into advance and advantage that Africans can only come to America or come to the West and attempt to copy and learn. They have to play catch up. But because we are, you know, progressive and Western, and we're anti-Western, we're anti-American, we're anti-capitalist, through a long process of social manipulation and indoctrination, we have kind of broken our ties to that identity as the only real Black children of the West, right? There are no Black people native to Europe, no matter what these niggas tell you. Only Black people are native to, Black Americans rather were on ground zero when the founding documents of America were written and signed up. When the boys were up all night having a debate about what this country should be, there were Black folk in this country, free Black people in this country, living and breathing and just doing their thing. We are children of Western culture. And so for Black Americans, right, Western philosophy is technically the air that we breathe. It is the water to our fishbowl. Yeah, I worry that because we have become so effectively anti-Western that we are willing to throw away our unique heritage. And that bothers me. That does bother me to some degree. No lie. No lie. All right, well, that was my intro speech here. Let's move on to something more interesting here. We're going to talk about Logic being anti-Black. And as I kind of went down the rabbit hole of Logic, I did a quick Google search, well, a YouTube search rather. And it occurs to me that Logic just might be anti-Black. Not in an anti-Black sense of the word. It's not like I hate Black people, but Logic is anti-Black in the sense that Black people, like Africans, I don't think Africa has logic and philosophy as doctrines of study. People smarter than I, people far more accredited than I, Africans themselves have been on a quest for African philosophy, and I'll tell you what they found. We're gonna get to that in a moment. We are gonna cover not only is Logic anti-Black, but you know that sent me on a quest, and I think Logic itself might have not happened in Africa just yet. And we're talking about Bantu Africa. You hush. You North Africans, be quiet. Stay out of this. This is none of your business, North Africa. I don't even know why you act like I was talking to you.
Shame on the nigga who tried to run game on the nigga who fought while wait the trigger. Shame on the nigga who tried to run game on the nigga who buys out. Fuck your ass up. Hot 1, hot 2, hot 3, hot. Old dirty bastard, alive and uncut. Styles unbreakable, shatterproof. To the young youth, you wanna get gone? Shoot! Wow, how you like me now? Don't fuck the style, ruthless, wow. Do you wanna get your teeth knocked the fuck out? Wanna get down and like that when and shout? You razor, hit me with the major. The damage, my plan, understand it, be flavor. I've been coming at ya. Who's I gonna get you? Once I got ya, I get ya. You could never capture the method man stature. For wine up for ratchet. That nigga resign in the master. My style, never. I put the fucking rock in the walk, yeah, I'm terror. With a sharper saber. Shoulders, I'm better. And I'm competitor. You mean competitor, whatever. Let's get together.
Nobody loves Wu-Tang Clan like young Asian kids. I love this. I hope I don't have to cut this part out of the stream, but either way. somebody sent me a video today that kind of reminded me, though, even as I proclaim our national superiority as Black Westerners, as Black Americans, as the only Black people native to a Western country. Hey, you, North Africa, in the chat, North Africa. I don't know why you want to cling to this pro-Black trope, as if North Africans claim Black Africa. Mr. Mo, I don't even know how to pronounce that. Mohedij. Okay, Mr. Mohedij, North Africa. If I were to call you a Bantu, you would probably want to fight me. I'm just being honest, bro. I don't know why you want to be we all, kumbaya now. Mr. North Africa, if I were to call you a Bantu, you would probably whip out one of those curved swords that the Arabians be on horseback with. I don't know why you want to be one of us now. Stop. Yeah, call him a pygmy and see how he responds. Watch him declare a holy war on me if I call him a goddamn pygmy. I don't know why you playing this game with me, bro. Chill. We are not all one. That's the lie that they told us in commie school. But anyway, like I was saying, being children of the Western culture, it does kind of blow me away that Black American culture is like so far outside of the mainstream of Western culture sometimes that being like, especially earlier today, if you're listening to me today earlier, I was playing I was recapping DJ Witch Doctor. I was restreaming, DJ Witch Doctor. I was on his show and we were talking about, being from the ghetto and how people, romanticize coming out of the ghetto and all that. I just dropped a little short video on that a few minutes before I went live because I had to get some thoughts off my head. And I don't even think I did my thoughts justice, but I wanted to get that video out. But I realized that while everybody is sort of defending the ghetto, and I'm kind of being the one guy that says, look, when you raised in the ghetto, it's almost a certain that you're being raised wrong in some capacity, right? I'm just totally pulling, blowing everybody, busting everybody's bubble. That's what you call it, right? And then I found this video. El Cid in the chat, what's going on? Thank you for that, bro. El Cid sent this video to me. And it just cracks me up how far away from like mainstream life a lot of Black culture really is.
Good evening. I would like to begin by introducing myself. My name is Hydrogen, and I come from a low-income neighborhood where life is not very comfortable. I've stolen many things and been involved in many altercations, most of which have ended in gunfire. In addition to this, I've had sexual intercourse with a great number of the opposite sex. In contrast, and despite the lack of legitimate evidence, I believe you to have been involved in a fair amount of homosexual activities.
Sometimes it's hard to really understand how like backward, how unproductive and unmanageable a lot of Black culture really is until you kind of step outside of it and watch how other people view it from an honest look.
Activities I and my companions look down upon. I am so much stronger than you, and my powers of rhetoric so much greater than yours, that you could employ an army of some sort to aid in your fight with me, but I, of course, would prevail, because I am stronger than you. I'm sure I needn't remind you of my place of birth, wherein, as I explained before, the living conditions are much worse than in your aforementioned city of residence. I would like to stop here for a moment and remind you that I am in fact orating with little or no prior preparation, an act commonly referred to as freestyling. Once again, and I think this bears repeating, I would like to restate my claim that I am in fact much stronger and have endured a larger number of hardships than you. Hardships which have left me with an aggressive behavior and an imposing demeanor which I believe frightens you. I know of a woman with whom you have had sexual intercourse. I too have had sexual intercourse with said woman, and she complained to me of your less than exemplary performance in bed. She went on to explain to me.
Yeah, it's so crazy watching this guy and his animated hip-hop theatrics while he's being translated in such a white bread manner. Like the contrast of it all is really amazing. This is like art that Hollywood could never produce because, you know, they just don't get it. They wouldn't get it.
To me in graphic detail the dimensions and particulars of your genitals, and I tell you what she said was not very generous, sir. In conclusion, I would like to leave you with a brief summary of my argument. You, sir, are a weak, timid, and untrustworthy homosexual. The city in which you live is not nearly as difficult to live in, nor is it in such a high state of disrepair as mine. I am the superior monologist in this debate, and any claim to the contrary will result in physical violence and perhaps even death.
And a good day to you too, sir. I would like to rebut your previous claims in an improvisational and rhythmic manner. I was given the name Boost by my peers. The alleged facts you've uncovered in regards to me are unfounded and without merit.
That is the perfect title. They should retitle this and redrop the video. Shakespeare settles a dispute with a rival bard, colorized. Could you imagine this animated? Like, what's that show? The Boondock style? Like, could you imagine this with Boondocks animation? This could be ripped. This could be a Boondock skit. Like the Boondocks, a lot of their content was actually ripped from the headlines, like Law and Order. It's surprising. They probably didn't really find this. Probably nobody saw this, so they couldn't find a way to work this into the show somehow.
My birthplace is not only vastly inferior to yours, but my neighbors are also much more resilient. In terms of your claim to my sexuality, Sigmund Freud theorized that in some cases, the semi-conscious mind manifests repressed desire.
Hey, 100, what's going on, bro? What's going on? Are you free tonight, brother? Are you free tonight? Can you get the gang together? Because I will end this in a couple hours, and I ain't got to be up. I shouldn't be up in the morning. I probably don't have to go to work till afternoon. But if you're free tonight, bro, I'll be the bad guy.
Therefore leading me to believe that you, sir, are indeed the homosexual. In fact, I once had a romantic rendezvous with your biological mother in which fellatio was performed forthwith and without explanation. The encounter lasted several hours and many unspeakable acts were implemented. I paid her for her services and no subsequent contact, either verbally or physically, has been made. I brandished a 9mm pistol, which I stole from a man involved in a gang-related turf war. I fired the pistol several times and in some cases critically wounded those with whom I was in contest with.
Again, what kills me about this this video in this style of commentary, I don't think a lot of Black folk really appreciate how juvenile Black culture appears from the outside looking in. This is why when I was having this debate or this argument earlier about, you know, promoting romanticizing the ghetto, this was my major point, right? There are almost zero hard transferable skills that you learn in the ghetto. There's almost nothing that you learn from just your regular everyday hood ghetto life that you can then translate into economic success outside of the hood, right? You kind of have to relearn the rules of the world when you get out the ghetto. This is why we have a thing called code switching. You think code switching is just a linguistic thing? You literally have to learn a new code once you get outside of the ghetto. This is why snitching, like you would never snitch until you have to pay insurance on a car and you can't get your claim until you make a police report, right? Like the rules of the ghetto and the rules of the real world, they just don't apply. And so when I'm making this argument, it's like, I just don't think people appreciate how childish Black culture really does appear most of the time.
I would like to inform the audience that I engage in the sale and consumption of illegal narcotics on a regular basis. Speaking candidly, I am in no form intimidated or fearful of your actions, as I have been involved in countless altercations which have ended less than favorably. In summation, your argument denotes a lack of intellectual honesty on your part. It is my contention that this matter would best be solved with fisticuffs. I believe I will be victorious in this regard.
Yeah, the movie, the music killed me at the end. I don't think I'm going to play the rest of the fight. We've done enough. We've seen enough. But if you want to see the rest, there you go. What's going on, John? We are doing a bit of a community anthropology today. It is a field of study pioneered by my good friend SKC. We are kind of mapping out and charting the sociological patterns and rhythms of Blackness and Black community, as it were. And I came across a video today. Well, the other day, I've been kind of waiting to cover this. I came across a video recently about Logic. Logic being anti-Black. And she's kind of making, in her own way, she's making an argument for it. And as I kind of explored the thought, I came to a similar conclusion. Again, I wouldn't tell you that Logic is anti-Black, because to say that Logic is anti-Black is to almost say that Black people can never grasp logic as itself, like Black people can never access the power of rigid logic, you know, if A, then B. And I don't believe that at all. I have no belief in that whatsoever. What I do believe is that as a culture, the culture of Africa, like Black Africa, they haven't really had an enlightenment. They haven't had a scientific revolution or anything to that degree, right? And so the very sort of concept of logic as we understand it, even the concept of philosophy itself hasn't quite happened yet. And this is what I mean by being the children of Western culture. Black Americans, we were born into the Western logic, whether we even understood it or not. Like, it is literally the water in our fishbowl. And I don't even know that a lot of Black Americans can really grasp that. This is why I kind of led off with the introduction that I did.
The entire concept of logic is anti-Black. But let's zoom out for some context. Western philosophy built its idea of reason by defining who wasn't rational. To be logical meant being European, male, and civilized. It's everything Blackness was imagined not to be. But that's why Afro-pessimists and decolonial thinkers argue that colonialism didn't just seize land. It seized the right to define truth itself. In epistemologies of the South, the seizure of the right to define truth itself is referred to as epistemicide. This is where Western rationality survives by silencing every other way of knowing. Sylvia Rivera's book goes on to expose this myth, the myth of linear.
Now, really quickly, she says that Western epistemology went on to effectively silence every other way of knowing. And maybe that's largely true, but I would argue that it didn't silence other ways of knowing. It simply defeated them, and that it was just a more practical, useful thing.
This is where Western rationality survives by silencing every other way of knowing. Sylvia Rivera's book goes on to expose this myth, the myth of linear progress, and how that erased indigenous cyclical time, therefore trapping the global South in someone else's timeline.
We're back to African time again, y'all. And this is why we have to cover old territory and new territory again. We're back to African time. It's like African time is literally infinite and timeless, right? As a Black person, no matter when it is, you are always in African time. It's amazing to think about it. I feel trapped. I feel tortured. I feel like I'm in African time Groundhog Day.
If you think I'm here to play around with y'all, God damn it, I'm not. All right.
No matter what, it's like we can never escape African time. And like being a Black American, it's hard enough because we already had like CPT. We have colored people's time, which is like our African chaotic roots reaching out, attempting to pull us back away from Western culture. But what this woman is arguing right here is that Western philosophy has effectively defeated African time. And I don't want to see no rematch, bro. I don't want to. No, there ain't gonna be no rematch.
Expose this myth, the myth of linear progress, and how that erased indigenous cyclical time, therefore trapping the global South in someone else's timeline. And finally, on the post-colony, which reveals colonial reason as a logic that made Blackness the outer limit of the human. So when I say logic is anti-Black, I mean the very rules of logic were written from an imperialistic point of view. So to think freely.
Now, this is technically true. It is factually, and not only factually, it is necessarily true. Meaning that as a continent, logic, the Western logic as a concept had to be, by nature, by necessity, by a sheer fact of existence, right? Western logic had to be forcefully imposed on Africa. There's no other way it could have happened. Western logic had to be forcefully imposed on Africa, because otherwise it's not even a guarantee that they would have come to these conclusions. We want to imagine that on a long enough timeline, everyone will walk in the same footsteps, but we just don't know how true that is. And frankly, we ain't got that kind of time. You niggas need to catch the fuck up.
All right, so with all this said, let us take Hotonji and Wiredu at their word here. If this is what philosophy is, if it requires this scientific method, then was there philosophy in traditional societies in Africa?
No. Africa, as a rule, doesn't do philosophy. If you don't do philosophy, you don't do logic. Logic in and of itself is the base of philosophy, right? If A, then B.
Now,
you know what? I'm doing this out of order. Excuse me. Forgive me. I'm all out of order. We're talking about logic and African time, and here I am out of order. Let me give you niggas a quick speed run. Let me give you a crash course on logic. All right? Just so niggas can keep up. All right? Just so people can keep up.
Okay. Let's start by getting into
wrong speed.
The 3 laws of logic. What are the 3 laws of logic?
Well, they are first, the law of identity, second, the law of non-contradiction, and third, the law of excluded middle. The law of identity says this: A is A. A statement that is true is true. You are you. I am me. The sky is blue, and that means the sky is blue. This is so basic. You almost wonder, why do we even need a law articulating it? Well, you're going to find that as we talk about logic, the laws of logic are that basic. In fact, they're basic and fundamental to all of our reasoning. Our theology, our philosophy only makes sense if logic is real, if logic is true. A is A, a thing is itself. It's so basic because it's fundamental. It's one of those fundamental laws of thought, laws of truth, laws of the universe. It describes how things are. Everything is itself.
Yes. I totally preempted that black guy so I can let a white guy explain things to us before we let the black guy talk his bullshit. I absolutely did that, and I will not apologize.
So it's descriptive, but it's also prescriptive. It's normative, meaning a thing must be itself. A statement that is true must be true. A statement that is false must be false. The laws of logic are descriptive and prescriptive. They're situational, and they are also normative. Does that make sense? They describe the way the situation is, and they describe the way the situation must be. What other attributes? I only told you about one law of logic. That's the law of identity. The second law is the law of non-contradiction. Sometimes this is called the law of contradiction. It doesn't matter which term you use. It's talking about the same thing. The law of non-contradiction, which is what I prefer to call it, says that a statement cannot be both true and false in the same sense and at the same time. Another way of saying this is that 2 contradictory statements cannot both be true in the same way. If I say that the sky is blue above my head, then the statement the sky is not blue above my head must be false if the first statement is true. If the first statement is true, then the statement that negates that first statement must be false. We would symbolize this by saying A is not A. So this is negating the possibility of contradictions being true. Sometimes you have to clarify whether or not something really is a contradiction. What if I say this? The sky is blue over my head, but the sky near the horizon is orange because the sun's beginning to set. Is that a contradiction? No, that's not a contradiction, because I'm not talking about the same section of the sky. I'm not saying that a statement and its negation are both true in the same way at the same time, in the same sense. I'm talking about two different sections of the sky. Does that make sense? Contradictions are never true, but sometimes you have to ask some clarifying questions to figure out, is this really a contradiction or not? Now, the third law of logic is the law of excluded middle. And what the law of excluded middle says, a statement is either true or false, and there is no value in between true or false. This puts all truth claims into a binary. And again, this is descriptive, and it's also prescriptive. It describes the way things are, and it describes the way things must be. So if I say the sky is blue over my head, that statement can be true, the sky is blue, or that statement can be false, the sky is not blue. It can't be something other than true or false. Now, if you want to say, but you could have a fuzzy value where the sky is sort of bluish green over your head, that's fine. But then the statement, the sky is bluish green, is either true or false, nothing in between. Do you see what I'm saying? You're a Christian man.
Yeah, that is a Christian man using raw logic and stuff. There was somebody in the chat, I ain't gonna say no names, but they were trying to convince me that somehow logic is anti-deistic. And I don't know that to be true. I think the ultimate summation of logic is the Ein Sof. Now, where was I? Oh yeah, that African guy.
What is your method? All right, so with all this said, let us take Hotonji and Wiredu at their word here. If this is what philosophy is, if it requires this scientific method, then was there philosophy in traditional societies in Africa? Now, the complicated answer is that we'd have to take things on a case-by-case basis. But the slightly simpler and more tragic answer that Hotonji spends a bit of time touching on is that we'd have to conclude that no, by and large, there was no philosophy in a lot of these communities. And to reiterate what I said earlier, this is not a statement on the ability.
Now remember, this is an African with all of his pride and his cultural knowledge explaining with certainty that there really isn't the Western concept of philosophy, generally speaking, in African traditional society.
Of Africans to comprehend philosophy. The idea here is that philosophy, like science, is a very contingent thing. It does not arise everywhere. The desire to do modern science based on the modern scientific method does not arise everywhere. Now, you might say that that might be true, that's all well and good, but who cares? Why can't we just say that African philosophy is radically different from quote-unquote Western philosophy? So Western philosophy is based on science, it's based on all of these methods, it's based on all of these hypotheses, it's based on logic and reasoning and all of that jazz, but African philosophy is based on myths and proverbs. And
that, at the heart of it, explains a lot. It even kind of, in a rudimentary way, kind of describes a difference between like the Black American, white American approach to, how we describe what's going on in our country right now. Meaning that Black people essentially believe in a lot of myths. And a lot of these myths are kind of intentionally aimed at, white America in one way or another. Like white supremacy, for example, is the most overarching umbrella term for this. And the facts, though, tend to disprove the myths to such a degree that it almost shocks the Black identity. Like, this is how closely held a lot of mythology is to the Black identity. Let me share something with you real quick. We'll come back to Africa in a moment.
Who are the people that got killed? Of 963, how many do you think were Black?
600 will be Black.
600.
And then like the rest will be like maybe Hispanic.
600 Black. What would you say?
Probably like 500.
Here we go. This is a thinking class right now. I'm walking you through some thinking. Okay, go to the next one. So how many of the 963 people were unarmed? How many do you think were unarmed? Here we go. Go to the next slide. So here are the numbers. You said 400 were unarmed. You said 500 were unarmed. What do you think about that number?
I'm actually kind of like shocked. I honestly thought like, I'm not saying like the media, like, I don't know, they just made it seem like,
She honestly thought that Black people were effectively being hunted by the police, right? But when you look at an actual breakdown of police shootings of Black people, of police shootings of unarmed Black people in particular, it doesn't really look the way you thought it looked. And if your entire identity is built up around the idea that you are racially oppressed by white people in America, and then I give you evidence that your identity is wrong, what does that mean about you? What does that say about you?
963 people were unarmed. How many do you think were unarmed? Here we go. Go to the next slide. So here are the numbers. You said 400 were unarmed. You said 500 were unarmed. What do you think about that number?
I'm actually kind of like shocked. I honestly thought like, I'm not saying like the media, like, I don't know, they just made it seem like, you know, the guy was innocent, you know, it's crazy how 517 had a gun. I would think it would be less than that.
So 22 out of 233 black people who police killed in 2016 were unarmed. 22. So that means you have a point.
You know, Carmen, thank you. That's a great callback. You were actually listening to that part of the show earlier. I mentioned I was on DJ Witch Doctor's show, and this is the reason why I got on his panel, because he wasn't talking about relationships. We had a little joke about that, but then we got into some discussions, and the idea of cognitive dissonance came up, and we were attempting to kind of explain to the audience the examples of and the reality of cognitive dissonance, and what this young lady is experiencing right now could effectively be described as cognitive dissonance, right? Like, she has the belief in the world that is functional to her identity as a black person, right? This is where the cognition of it all comes in, right? She lives her life with that belief. Like, she's probably made decisions in her life based on this fear. And now you have this white man who, again, is kind of coded as the enemy. You have this white man giving her credible evidence, in her mind at least, credible evidence that the very order that she has lived her life around is not real, all right? Now, that is a physical reality. Like, this is a reality that she's having a physical reaction to, and you can now see this in the video. And this is the essence of cognitive dissonance, right? She's experiencing the dissonance of it all right now. The things are just not harmonizing as they used to. There was a harmony to her life when she knew for a fact that white people hated her and the cops were out to get her. He has now introduced a disharmony into her mind.
Like,
how many do you think were unarmed? Here we go. Go to the next slide. So here are the numbers. You said 400 were unarmed. You said 500 were unarmed. What do you think about that number?
I'm actually kind of like shocked. I honestly thought like, I'm not saying like the media, like, I don't know, they just made it seem like, you know, the guy was innocent, you know, it's crazy how 517 had a gun. I would think it would be less than that.
So 22 out of 233 black people who police killed in 2016 were unarmed. 22. So that means you have a 0.6 chance in a million of being unarmed, black skin, and killed by the police. If he stays unarmed, you say, bro, listen, in spite of how you're dressed, in spite of who you are, if you remain unarmed, right, that's the likelihood of you being killed by the police. If you're going to protest like that, but this whole thing is based on police violence against black and brown people. So if you're going to protest, really step out in this way, you got to know what you're protesting. Is it a genocide? So when I see someone holding a sign up that says, stop the genocide of black people at a protest, and I'm saying, I wouldn't call that a genocide. There's a lot happening here, but that's not what I would call it. It's really important that we know what we're talking about so that we can be confident and have realistic and good conversation.
Isn't that really the point of a collective kind of shared logic as a community, so that we can all understand what we're talking about?
In folklore, why can't we just say that? Say that might be true, that's all well and good, but who cares? Why can't we just say that African philosophy is radically different from quote-unquote Western philosophy? So Western philosophy is based on science, it's based on all of these methods, it's based on all of these hypotheses, it's based on logic and reasoning and all of that jazz, but African philosophy is based on myths and proverbs. And
if African philosophy is based on myth, proverb, and folklore, while Western philosophy is based on logic and the scientific method, can we really call these the same thing? Is one actually philosophy when it has none of the elements of what we're calling philosophy already? And not only does it have none of the elements, it has elements that are essentially antithetical and counter of the actual philosophical methods, you know, the scientific endeavors and whatnot. The scientific method, rather. Like, is it even fair to call it philosophy? Like, remember, a thing is a thing, and it is always what it is. And if something else is not that, then it is simply not that.
Folklore, why can't we just say that? What are Wiredu and Hotonji trying to do here? Are they trying to claim that in order for something to be philosophy, it has to be done in the way that Europeans have been doing philosophy? Because if that is the case, would that not imply that a lot of indigenous philosophies do not actually count as philosophies? They are simply cultural practices. Wouldn't that dismiss indigenous ways of knowing as legitimate ways of knowing? What are Wiredu and Hotonji trying to do here? Now, on some level, this is the point. And Wiredu and Hotonji would probably problematize the premise of this line of questioning, because there is a premise here that suggests that logic and reasoning are the products of Europeans, and so asking African philosophy to be based on logic and reasoning is playing the game of Europeans. But Wiredu and Hotonji would want to problematize.
What if logic and reasoning are essentially the product of Europeans? Which is not to say that only Europeans have access to it. I mean, there's a whole Asian philosophy unto itself that is logic and reasoning, and it's totally independent as far as we know from like any European influence. Like, I don't think anybody is linking Confucius to Socrates or whatever. But that being said, it's definitely an import to Africa. It's not native to Black Africa.
That quite a bit. Logic, rationality, reason, these are not the creations of Europe. Wiredu and Hotonji are typically referred to as universalists in African philosophy. They believe that philosophy is a universal practice. It's not particular. So we cannot say that there's an African philosophy that is radically different from what happens in Europe. For people like Hotonji and Wiredu, philosophy is philosophy. It has to be the same in order to be philosophy. And philosophy is a universal practice because human beings are universal. All human beings have access to the universal. So the ability to use logic and reasoning and make use of the scientific method, these are not unique to Europeans in any way. Because Africans, being human beings, have the ability to engage with the scientific method, the idea is that to have true philosophy, to have true robust science, this is how we must do it. We have to use these methods. And these methods are universal. Now, you might hear all this and still be unconvinced. You might still be saying, why?
If these methods are universal, yet they are alien to the culture of sub-Saharan Africa, you know, if then what? You know, if A, then B, right? If these methods are alien to the culture of sub-Saharan Africa, then sub-Saharan Africa must not have ever created these methods on their own.
Why should we care about universality? Why should we care about logic and reasoning? Why does it seem like they are trying to make African philosophy seem like European philosophy? And to restate what I just said a few moments ago, I really do think Wiredu and Hotonji would problematize this premise. The use of logic and rationality, these are not unique to Europe in any way, shape, or form. Now, Wiredu has a very...
Red Illusion is asking a very provocative question here. What universe are Blacks living in then? I think the proper term from it would be called like the Nzame, the infinite time or something like that, like the grand scheme of time. We're just living in the river of time, waiting to be plucked out. You know, that's when something happens to you. That's when time happens. We're going to play that video next. I'm going to give you a refresher on African time so you can understand the universality of it all.
Interesting essay called How Not to Compare African Thought with Western Thought. And in that, Wiredu reminds us that philosophy and science, these truly are contingent things. They do not arise everywhere, and they are not natural to any particular people group. Wiredu wants to remind us that not very long ago, in many places in Europe, the belief in witches was very deeply held by many people. And so Wiredu wants us to problematize the role of identity here, because it's easy for us to hold on to ethnophilosophy, to hold on to these cultures, and to hold on to them as things that are natural to us as Africans. So I could say that I am Nigerian, it is in my blood, it's in my DNA to believe in God, to believe in witches, to believe in the supernatural. Therefore, Nigerian philosophy must involve the supernatural.
And that is a dangerous concept, which I do not adhere to. I really do not believe the belief in witchcraft is somehow in your blood as a Nigerian. I think it's just culturally deep rooted in you as a Nigerian, which is a radically different concept. It is your water and your fishbowl.
It cannot play the game of logic and reason. It must be based on a belief in the supernatural. And Wiredu wants to remind us that this belief in the supernatural that I could hold on to as part of my Nigerian identity is not unique to Nigeria, is not unique to Africa. There are many, many stories of witches and wizards and warlocks and dragons and trolls and gremlins all over Europe. Wiredu believes that this is all important to the story of modernity.
Yeah, that is true about Europe. They have witches and warlocks and dragons and elves and all the cool stuff. The whole Lord of the Rings, right? The whole Lord of the Rings is effectively Europe and the land before time, right? Now, one thing Africa doesn't have, and J Powell, I'm with you, man. We was witches and warlocks first, all right? I don't care what this white people think. Give a shit what Tolkien has to say. Black people were witches and warlocks first, all right? We were the first Lord of the Rings, nigga. Stuck on that, white people. Black people were the first Lords of the Rings, goddammit. But my point is, what I don't really hear coming out of Africa is like deep thought on the concept of justice, right? Is it truly just to hang a man merely on an accusation, you know? Should a king have the right to, you know, execute one of his subjects because he just feels like it, right? I don't know if I hear a lot of deep African thinking on such concepts, right? I mean, hell, because Africa doesn't really have a written language, it's hard to nail this down, but like, do Africans have any deep thoughts on love, right? Like, are there love poems that are like 1,000 years old that Nigerians tell to one another that have been passed down like Arabian Nights, you know, just a matter of tradition? Like, do Africans have any really deep thoughts on the concept of love, of eros, you know, romantic love? I don't know. And I'm asking honestly because I can't tell you for a fact.
Different people groups, different countries are on different stages on this road to modernity. And the stage of deeply believing in the supernatural is one pinpoint on that road to becoming modern. And it was not that long ago that Europe did not have what we now call modern science, and they existed in a way that was very heavily reliant on supernatural themes. A good example of this, of course, is alchemy, which is a precursor to chemistry. Alchemy is many things, but modern science, it is not. Now, you might say that there should be a place for alchemy in the world. You might say that it's a bad thing that we abandoned alchemy when we embraced modern science. And that is a claim that you can make. And we can keep alchemy around if you'd like. But the fact is that when it comes to doing modern science, we must understand that alchemy is not modern science. We must understand that when it comes to curing diseases, when it comes to building skyscrapers,
did you know Africans have this is like a home remedy, so don't you try this at home. But allegedly there is a cure for the AIDS virus, right? The Africans have a cure. It's like witchcraft and voodoo, so I'm not gonna recommend it to you. But they claim to have a cure, all right? You can look it up. You can probably Google it and find something horrible. I'm not gonna tell you what it is, all right? But I'm just telling you they think they found a cure.
When it comes to improving the material conditions of those involved, modern science has done an infinitely better job than alchemy could ever dream of doing. And so for Weirdo, if we want to compare African philosophy with European philosophy, the wrong way to do that would be to say, let me look at this belief among the Yoruba and compare it with Hegel. This is strange. We are comparing two things that don't really exist in the same world. For Weirdo, if we want to make this comparison, what we should do is we can compare something that exists in Yoruba metaphysics to something that existed in some part of Europe in their folklore.
What is Yoruba metaphysics? I'm almost afraid. I sent a shiver down my spine. Yoruba metaphysics. Oh, getting interesting.
To compare folklore to folklore. Now, again, some might take issue with this approach, but Weirdo's argument here I think is worth engaging with. Now, at this point, you might ask the question, well, what if we don't care about modernity? You might still say, as a Nigerian, it is in my blood to believe in God, to believe in the supernatural. I don't care about all this modern stuff. I don't care about all this rationality stuff. I want to exist in my own as a Nigerian. And
I mean, Mr. North Africa in the chat, he's saying African history, I guess, doesn't reach African Americans at all, or they read it with a Western eye too much. Mr. North Africa, that is not a Black American on the screen, nor is he quoting Black Americans. This is an African quoting other Africans about African culture. What about that did you not catch, bro? I didn't freestyle any of this, man. I am getting it straight from the motherland, all right? What do you want me to do? It's not my fault that you need a written culture to keep accurate history, bro. I don't know how you fix that problem. You can't just go back and you know, white marker that thing out. You just can't just, you know, eraser that thing out. It is what it is, bro.
Nigerian philosophy must reflect this. And in response to that, I would ask a simple question. Does Lagos need a subway? Now, I'm aware that Lagos is currently building something.
Ooh. Getting philosophical with it. Does Lagos need a subway? Does the most populous city in Nigeria, maybe all of Africa, need a subway?
Like a subway to help out with the transportation problems in the city, which is wonderful. So this is a rhetorical question. Lagos is the most populous city in Africa, and like any large metropolitan city, having a great subway helps. Being able to go from one part of the city to another in 30 minutes very regularly.
Can you imagine riding the train home from the nightclub at 3 a.m. in Lagos? Oh my God. Oh, the horror. The horror. Oh God. Oh no, help me. Somebody help me.
Regularly and for very cheap is a wonderful thing for any large city to have. So let's just take that as a given. Lagos does need a subway. It would be a good thing if Lagos had a subway. Now, our actual question here would be, if Lagos does need a subway, how shall we build it? Here's one option, using ethnophilosophy. One of the other foundational texts in the history of African philosophy is the book African Religions and Philosophies.
Think about this for a minute. Biggest city in Africa by population, right? Biggest city in Africa. They're just now contemplating whether or not to have a subway. Relatively speaking, like I don't know exactly how old this video is, but biggest city in Africa just now contemplating having a subway. Like, when was the first subway built in New York City? It was like, what, the 20s, 30s? I don't even know exactly. I mean, hell, we had trolleys before that, but still, like, USA, baby, USA. Feels good to be here since the beginning. Foreigners wouldn't know nothing about that.
By John Mbiti. In that book, Mbiti talks about the concept of African time, a very popular concept in these circles. This is a chapter of the book that I think Weirdo himself referred to as the most philosophically interesting part of the book. This is Mbiti's idea in a nutshell. Mbiti suggests that time is of little academic concern to traditional Africans. In Mbiti's view, time is not something that controls traditional Africans. There's a contrast here between quote-unquote African time and quote-unquote Western time. African time is more fluid. African time is less rigid. African time is more vibey. The idea is that in African time, exact times do not exist. They do not.
I told you African time is eternal, bro. African time is always with us. You can't talk about African philosophy without talking about African time. Why is that? I'm thinking deeply on that. But why is that?
Not matter. Things only matter when people are there to experience them. So if I say we should meet at 11 a.m., the idea here is that in the West, people are so bound by that 11 a.m. They become slaves to time. But with African time, 11 a.m. is more vibey. Maybe I show up at 11:30, maybe I show up at 12. It's irrelevant. I show up whenever I show up, and whatever we are going to do, we do when we all show up. So the idea is that African time is more chill. In a nutshell, that is the idea. Now, a couple of years ago, I made a video on African time on TikTok, and it did quite well, but I got a lot of reactions that I did not quite anticipate. I got a lot of people from across Africa's diaspora reaching out and saying how they felt vindicated by this conversation, because they always felt as though time was too rigid. They always felt as though quote unquote Western time was always problematic. They always felt as though they naturally had a desire to approach time in a way that is more fluid. The idea is that in our nature,
I just cannot relate. They naturally had a desire to approach time more fluid. Like, what does that even mean? How can time be fluid? This is like some Marvel shit. The African multiverse, right? There's a universe alone of just pure time, and that's where all the Africans live, right? They live in the infinite time verse. Like, what the hell are you even talking about? I have no idea how to mentally conceptualize when Africans start talking about time. Like, this is like high-level sci-fi that I can't even get, all right? And I'm low-key a nerd. Like, I understand all the sci-fi. Kurt Vonnegut never left me behind. But this right here, this nigga right here, these Africans, bro, they on some next level shit.
People from across Africa's diaspora reaching out and saying how they felt vindicated by this conversation, because they always felt as though time was too rigid. They always felt as though quote unquote Western time was always problematic. They always felt as though they naturally had a desire to approach time in a way that is more fluid. The idea is that in our nature as Africans, we reject this quote-unquote rigid concept of Western time. We seek out African time. We seek out a more fluid version of time.
No, this is real. Brandon Smith says, it's hard to explain. When Black people say 11 a.m., and you all show up the same amount of late because you felt the vibe. Yo, this is what I mean. Like, I don't think Black people really understand what it looks like being Black outside of being Black, bro. It's so crazy, bro. Like, we just are who we are. And it's hilarious sometimes. This is why I'm not even like, I don't even approach these subjects feeling any type of way. Like, there's no personal, like, you know what's that word? Self-hatred? No. This shit is just hilarious, man. It's like when ChatGPT describes myself to me, right? It's like, yo, this shit is actually funny.
This is just who we are as Africans. Now, our question becomes, if we want to build a subway in Lagos, how should we do it? With quote-unquote African time or with quote-unquote Western time? So let's say the subway is meant to leave at 11 a.m., but it doesn't actually leave at 11 a.m. It leaves whenever the driver wants. It leaves whenever all the passengers show up. And why do we do that? We can say, well, that's because we want to decolonize time.
You know, in Japan, there was a video that came out because you know how the Japanese are. Like, low-key, the Japanese are a little bit more autistic than the Germans because there was a Japanese train, like the bullet train or whatever. The train was 1 minute late, okay? 1 minute late. And the entire train staff stood outside and apologized to every passenger as they walked off the train. And you know how a Japanese apology is, like, you have to bow at almost a 90-degree angle. You know, you have to bow until you hear a noise in your lower back, right? And the Japanese, they apologize like that for being 1 minute late, right? You surprised there wasn't a beheading, right? Normally you get decapitated for some shit like that in Japan.
We want to embrace our Africanness. We want to reject the imperialism of the West. And so we create trains that leave whenever the driver feels like it, whenever everybody is on board, because we do not want to be slaves to time like people in the quote-unquote West are. That is one option. Another option is that we do what every other major subway around the world does, and we have trains leave at a specific time so you can plan your journey around the departures of the train. Now, in a very reasonable sense, which one of those two options would most people probably prefer? I would say, I think the subway would be a better asset to the citizens of Lagos if it left at regular intervals, if it was reliable, if when it says it leaves at 11 a.m., it actually leaves at 11 a.m. so people could plan accordingly. Now, you might ask yourself, but isn't this the same type of imperialism that Hotonji and Wiredu might be suggesting?
Logic is imperialistic, which is it's in a similar vein of what the lady started out with earlier, saying that logic is anti-black. And I think what she means is that being black, and especially being all, anti-Western, and she's, pro-black, probably got communistic liberal leanings and all that. She's yearning for an anti-logic because she sees logic itself as an imposition of the white man and his culture, right? It is Western imperialism that forces Africans to be on time. 12 o'clock means 12 o'clock because the white man said so.
Why should we conform to the concepts of quote-unquote Western time? Why should we not embrace our Africanness? And the response to that is similar to the response I gave earlier. A, this is not an African phenomenon, and B, this concept of time is not unique to the West. One of the most misleading things about African time, in my view, is that it takes this belief that is very common across rural communities around the world, and it makes it into a metaphysical, ontological African reality where it is not. At this point, it would be a good time to point out that there is a similar phenomenon known as Korean time. You can find it in different places. And the idea is that back in the day, before there was massive industrialization around Korea, most people who lived rural lives practiced time that was essentially identical to what people call African time.
I've never heard of Korean time before. See, the Asians, they're clever. They keep shit like that a secret, right? They catch one of their people on Korean time, they just behead that nigga and bury him where nobody else can hear about him. They totally stop talking about him. Like, what's Korean time? I don't even know what happened to that guy. I've never heard of such a thing.
This is not an African phenomenon. This is just a very understandable way of living if you live in a rural community. If you live in small communities, if you live in villages, you will naturally not have a very rigid concept of time. This is not ontological to my African identity. This is a product of living in a rural community. Now, Wiredu stresses the importance of reflecting on our cultures and deciding what things we want to keep and what things we want to throw away. This is part of what it means to think philosophically about cultural practices. And so the question is, we can ask ourselves as Nigerians, if we want to industrialize, if we want to build a subway in Lagos, does it make sense to hold on to this concept of time?
If you want to build a subway in Lagos, are you going to use white man's logic or African logic? It's really that simple, all right? You can do one, you can do the other. No one is going to force you to choose. You're free. You're not even colonized anymore, right? You can do whatever your African heart desires. If you build a train, will you use white man logic or will you use African logic to build your subway in Lagos, right? Millions and millions of Africans are depending on you right now.
And in many ways, it does not. And if we choose to abandon this concept of time and embrace something else, this is not a type of Western imperialism. This is a choice that we can make on what kind of society we want to be. And legitimately, if all of the wonderful philosophers watching this who are from Nigeria or are from somewhere in Africa can make a case for building a subway using African time, I'm willing to hear it. That could be a...
Here's another question for you, right? You know how black people like to point to Mansa Musa? Because he was the richest black person in the world, and black people like bling, right? So we imagine him with bling, gold and diamonds and hoes and shit. And that's all well and good, mind you. I'm all with the golds and the hoes and all that, right? Boats and hoes, right? It's my motto. I'm gonna get that tattooed somewhere one day. Boats and hoes, right? But what did Mansa Musa ever say? Somebody give me a quote, like a wise thing Mansa Musa told us, right? You know, once upon a time, I sat under a tree and I said this great thing. I had a great vision. Like, tell me what Mansa Musa was about other than boats and hoes, right? And we don't even know if he had a boat, right? We're not even really sure about him and boats. That whole thing about Africa and boats is still kind of questionable, right? But give me a quote from the great African dope boy Mansa Musa. Like, tell me, just drop one Mansa bar, right? I need a Musa bar right now. Somebody give me a Musa bar. Tell me anything he was famous for talking about. Because he was the king. He was like the richest king. Like, he had to be big deal. Apparently, there's a legend about Mansa Musa. He went on his sojourn to well, not a sojourn. What do you call it? A Hajj. He went on his Hajj to Mecca, because that's what you're supposed to do as a good Muslim. Once in your life, you go to Mecca. You walk around the thing, you know, put your hand on the rock. And allegedly, he went with so many, with such a big caravan of gold and gifts and all that, that he totally killed the Saudi Arabian economy for a while until he was gone, right? Like, he brought so much into the economy, he basically caused inflation and created the economy, right? That's like a little Mansa Musa lore, right? But I need a bar. I need a quote. Give me a quote of anything great this man said. And the reason why I bring that up, you know, I have a point to my ramblings. I don't just stand on a corner and say crazy things butt naked, you know. I would, but I'm not doing it right now. Give me an African corollary to Plato, Socrates, Homer. You know, give me an African Iliad. What are the great wisdoms of you know, the wise men of Africa, you know? And the problem is, one, you would need a written language to really remember a lot of these people, because what if your tribe got wiped out by another tribe one day? Like, all of your lore got forgotten, right? But that is essentially the problem of Africa and philosophy. Even if they have produced the occasional guy who sat under the tree and pondered the great vastness of the universe, right? He eventually got killed. Somebody literally probably ate that guy. They were hating on his wisdom and his juju, and they threw him in the cook pot. And now they thought they were going to get all the wisdom and the juju, but they just got diarrhea. And like, whatever happened to all the great thinkers of ancient Africa? Where is Afro-Socrates at?
Discussion that we have. But as it so happens, as someone who's a big fan of the tube in London and of the subway in New York, I really do think it just makes sense for the trains to leave on time. That was a slight tangent, but it was relevant, I hope. So for Hotunji, for Wiredu, philosophy is a universal practice. And Africans are more than welcome to engage in the beauty of philosophy because of our right as human beings to engage in a universal human practice. And an important part of philosophy is the conversation, is conversing with other thinkers who are dealing with similar issues that are philosophical. But as Hotunji says, we cannot fall into the trap of believing that our philosophies only exist in the past. African philosophy is something that we have the opportunity to create right now. Some other day, perhaps we'll spend.
All right. Shout out to Dub Brizzle in the chat. Look up Ahmed Baba. He was a scholar and teacher in Timbuktu when Morocco destroyed the Songhai Empire. Timbuktu is also, you know, Mansa Musa territory. All right, I'm not even going to take that from you. There was a guy. I'm not assuming there was never a guy. I'm just saying there was a guy. Like, even in Timbuktu, like, allegedly that was a giant repository of writing and whatnot. And I don't know how much of that is maintained.
More time with Hotunji's arguments, more time with Wiredu's arguments, because there are many, many things that I could not quite touch on, and many important things that I had to brush over. But for now, this is a way to approach the question, what is African philosophy?
Yeah, we get the gist of it, bro. African philosophy really is not much of a thing. There may have been some attempts and some spurts and starts here and there, but as a general rule of thumb, it's just not. I want to take a quick break and refresh you guys with the concept of African time with our lovely young lady here. I forget her name, but she's just nice.
What if I told you that for many African societies, the concept of the future doesn't exist, and that instead of time moving forwards, time actually moves backwards? This was the work of John Mbiti, one of Kenya's and Africa's greatest philosophers. And in 1969, he wrote something that completely reimagines the way we think of African time. Mbiti says time is a two-dimensional phenomenon with a long past, vibrant present, and virtually no future. Using Swahili words,
virtually no future. How can being on time be even a concern to you if you really have no concept of the future?
He describes the two dimensions of time. The first one being Sasa, the now, the recent past, and the immediate future, which can be experienced. The second dimension is Zamani. Zamani is the vast, endless past where all events eventually go on to live forever. But the future in African thought, it barely exists because time is made up of events. Time has to be experienced in order to be real. So because we can't conceptualize events tied to the distant future because they haven't been experienced yet, then therefore the future cannot constitute part of time. And this is why, according to Mbiti, African languages, at least the East African Bantu languages that he studied, don't have a word to describe the distant future. In African time,
Right, I told you that's the name for the African universe that's made up just of pure time itself. It's called the Zamani. That's where all the African philosophers exist in an endless Zamani.
time, according to Mbiti, events create time. Seasons, ceremonies, a conversation, those moments produce time, and people produce as much time as they need. An example that Mbiti uses from the communities that he studied is that a year is measured based on 4 seasons, 2 dry seasons, 2 wet seasons. So a year is only over when those 4 seasons have taken place. So a year could take 365 days, 390 days. It doesn't matter the number of days in a year. What matters is that the 4 seasons have taken place. And this is in contrast to the Western view towards time, where time is a commodity, something that can be spent, saved, wasted, or lost. And according to Mbiti, this is why if foreigners come to Africa and they see people sitting on...
You know what? That is actually a really almost like Eastern philosophy, hippie kind of way of imagining time. She's saying everything has already happened. You just haven't got there yet. That's like Dr. Manhattan from The Watchmen, right? He exists in an endless moment. Like all the time is always happening to him at this very moment. So as you as an individual are talking to him in that moment, he is simultaneously experiencing every moment throughout time. It's such a weird philosophy, but yeah, that's, I mean, a weird phenomenon, I guess, but that's basically what you're saying, Brando. Everything has already happened. You just haven't got there yet.
A tree, they would remark that, okay, why are these people wasting so much time? But in African thought, that sitting under a tree, it's not wasting time. It's either waiting for time or producing time. For me, I think this Western idea of time as a commodity is what drives this Western obsession of progress, development, and some promised future. And this difference shapes everything from politics, economics, to how we live our daily lives. Because in African thought, the golden age isn't in the future, it's actually in the Zamani. According to Mbiti, the future is only a shadow until it comes to the present, and then it flows into the Zamani. So in that way, time moves backwards. We are not the ones who move forward into time. So of course, Mbiti wrote this from a theological...
She's arguing almost that time itself is something that happens to you. Which is almost to say that you cannot expect to bend the events that will happen in time, because time is something that will happen to you, which kind of destroys much of like your future conceptual planning. Your very concept of the future kind of gets suppressed now, because time happens to you. No agency. Thank you. No agency. And so earlier when she was talking about the concept of milling around, right? Let me go back a little bit. When she's talking about the idea of milling around, like they're waiting for time, right? They're waiting for time to happen, and then something happens, and that's when they get up and they're active or whatever.
On 4 seasons, 2 dry seasons, 2 wet seasons. So a year is only over when those 4 seasons have taken place. So a year could take 365 days, 390 days. It doesn't matter the number of days in a year. What matters is that the 4 seasons have taken place. And this is in contrast to the Western view towards time, where time is a commodity, something that can be spent, saved, wasted, or lost. And according to Mbiti, this is why if foreigners come to Africa and they see people sitting under a tree, they would remark that, okay, why are these people wasting so much time?
And, again, thinking about, the ghetto, the hood, and all that, is a very common thing. You see people just hanging around, milling about, standing in front of the corner store. And the thing is, if you see a bunch of guys standing in front of the corner store, at least one of them is probably selling drugs in one way or another. So he's not really killing time. He's working. He's making his time work for him, right? Whereas a lot of those other guys are just chilling. You know what I mean? They're hanging out because this is his homeboy and this is what they do, right? And you can kind of see like the same concepts being acted out in that way, right? And this isn't even really restricted to just Africa or Black people. This is like a third world phenomenon almost globally.
But in African thought, that sitting under a tree is not wasting time. It's either waiting for time or producing time. For me, I think this Western idea of time as a commodity is what drives this Western obsession of progress, development, and some promised future. And this difference shapes everything from
Let me unmute myself. Brizzle in the chat makes an interesting point here. I'm sure what she's describing is true in rural parts, but you can't possibly have empress like Kenem, Bornu, Mali, Songhai, Shona, Congo, Axum without some concept of time and order. I would argue that we're probably missing each other right now. I think when we're talking about time and abstract concepts of time, it's a matter of degrees of application, right? So, of course, you understand the sun comes up, sun goes down, and in between that is time that has elapsed. So you understand time in a rudimentary context, right? But what she is saying, though, is that the African conception of like the vast future, it doesn't really compute in the way that the Western concept of a vast future computes, meaning this, right? Because Westerners have developed a clock system, right? Like Romans had maybe the first actual clock, which was like a sundial, and you can kind of measure the hours of the day by how the shadow of the sundial moves around. And that conceptually took time out of an intangible thing and made time more rigid and more tangible, right? For the Western European mind, time was a rigid, intangible concept going all the way back to maybe the Romans and maybe even before, right? I don't know that time being a rigid, inflexible concept is such a thing in African thought. And that's what she's not only is this lady saying that, but she's quoting other African philosophers. And this is not the first or second time the concept of African time has come up today, meaning this is a widely known, widely commented on, well-documented phenomenon that the African concept of time is inherently, almost poetically, just different from how white people, how Europeans even view time. And this is why the whole lateness thing matters. And now we're talking about, like, would you run a Nigerian train station on African time?
Ethics, economics to how we live our daily lives. Because in African thought, the golden age isn't in the future, it's actually in the Zaman. According to Mbiti, the future is only a shadow until it comes to the present, and then it flows into the Zamani. So in that way, time moves backwards. We are not the ones who move forward into time. So, of course, Mbiti wrote this from a theological point of view because he was trying to explain the nature of African religion. But my main takeaway from the parts of the book that I've read is that unlike Western cultures and religions with end of the world myths, African time has no end. Seasons, years, birth, marriage, death, it's all a cycle. Asante kwa kutazama, tafakari hayo, and I'll see you in the next video.
God damn it, I just did some really black shit. I'm so sorry. Start over again. Let me take a drink and start that from the top. My apologies. I was all muted up reading that. And I read that was the best reading I ever did. Like, a harp started playing in this background. I don't even have a harp in here, but I was reading so well, a harp started playing. It was great. You guys missed it all. It's terrible. I can't believe you missed it all. It's your fault.
I'm sorry. No! Why? Why? Do you really hate me that bad?
All right, let me read that over. My bad. The concept of African time has become a key topic of self-criticism in modern Africa. According to one Ghanaian writer, one of the main reasons for the continuing underdevelopment of our country is our nonchalant attitude to time and the need for punctuality in all aspects of life. The problem of punctuality has become so endemic that lateness to any function is accepted and explained off as African time. According to Ghana's Kofi Nyande, the problem in Africa is that the people are not paid by the hour, and therefore they have no respect for time. Let me read that again. According to Ghana's Kofi Nyande, the problem in Africa is that people are not paid by the hour, and therefore they have no respect for time. For Africa to develop, our ideology on time has to change. This culture has been criticized for affecting the continent's development and productivity. But this thinking keeps Africa as one of the world's poorest regions. Increasing foreign investments and international trade mean that Africans must realize promptness does not only define their future, but also shows integrity. Time is one of the most precious gifts given to man, and definitely the only one given to all men an equal share of 24 hours in each day. Think about this for a minute. Africans must realize promptness not only defines their future, but also shows integrity. The idea that being on time shows integrity is an alien concept to the Black mind. And maybe even to, you know, a lot of Black Americans low key, right? Because here's the problem. You and I both have 24 hours in a day. If you don't respect your own time, then it's also a reasonable assumption that you will not respect my time. And so you are accustomed to wasting your own time. Therefore, you will be just as easily accustomed to wasting my time because you don't respect your time and you think my time is just as invaluable. Just it has as little value as your time, right? You think my time is as worthless as your time. And this is why, you know, people get Black fatigue. While we're talking about Black logic and such, let me share this quick thing with you. I love little short, brief examples of Black logic, man. Hit that like button for me, y'all. Matter of fact, let me stop because let me shout out the audience real quick. Thank y'all for supporting the show. Get those likes up, man. There's like 60-something people in here, man. Mr. Enigma with the 233. Free thinking versus rigid thinking. The causation. Stop typing these foreign. Listen, I can barely read English, all right? I need you to understand, mystery. When I'm reading out loud, I'm using like both sides of my brain and that part that's not even supposed to work. Like I tap into deep shit when I read to you people. Stop typing foreign languages in the chat, bro. I don't know how to read that shit. But shout out to Mr. Enigma with the 233. Cafe Es Bueno with the $2. This is late, but it's on African time. I mean, if you're on African time, how could you ever be late, brother?
Give me the money. Give me the money for all that I would do. Give me the money.
Shout out to my man. Shout out to my man, Mr. Enigma. Shout out to Cafe Es Bueno with the super chats. Hit that like button, y'all. You guys want to talk about this, man? You guys want to have a panel? Throw $1 in the hat if you want to have a panel.
Next time a Black dude gets caught stealing something, I don't want to hear the news say they got caught stealing. I want them to say they got caught conquering. Got to start using the same verbiage as them. Oh, some guy got caught stealing. Nope, he was conquering Walmart. He went into Walmart. He started conquering their stuff.
Shout out to my Walmart conquerors out there. You know what? There's a Walmart not that far from here, and it looks like prime real estate, man. I should conquer me a Walmart. I should conquer me a Walmart. No, seriously. Since we're back in the conquering spirit. You know what I mean? See, black folk, this is what I mean about Black logic. Like it's like a weird, almost like intentionally perverted attempt at white logic. Let me show you, right? So that's his version of conquering. Let's talk about actual conquering. Since you want to conquer a Walmart, right? You niggas always thinking small.
A federal grand jury indicted 2 North Texas men accused of plotting to invade a foreign island, kill the men, and take the women as sex slaves.
Prosecutors say one of the men enlisted in the Air Force to get military training he thought he needed. Fox 4's Blake Hansen in our newsroom tonight with these stunning allegations. Blake.
Yeah, Stephen Heather, federal prosecutors say the suspects didn't plan to go it alone. In fact, the feds say they plan to recruit people who are homeless in Washington, D.C. to serve on their, quote, expeditionary force and take over a small Haitian island. The grand jury indictment handed up today charges 21-year-old Gavin Weisenberg from Allen and 20-year-old Tanner Thomas from Argyle.
Yo, shout out to the conquerors out there, bro. Shout out to the conquerors out there. And you niggas out here, well, shit, the white man's conqueror. I'm a conqueror Walmart. No, this is conquering, brother. This is conquering. You see, your revolutionary Negro logic, it just doesn't quite get it, man. You can't quite cut it with Negro logic, bro. And this is what I mean. This is what I mean. This is why I refuse to limit myself to just being Black. You know, I might want to conquer some shit one day. No lie. I just might. Don't judge me. Don't judge me. All right, I know white guys in the chat aren't judging me. It's only going to be the black and brown people looking at me funny. I just might want to conquer something one day, all right? And you can't stop me, all right? The federal government maybe, but none of you niggas. You can't stop me, all right? Let me dream my conquering dreams, damn it. We used to be a proper country. No bull. We used to be a proper country. 120 years ago, this wasn't really a crime.
The conspiracy to murder, maim, or kidnap in a foreign country, as well as a charge of production of child pornography. Record Joe Weisenberg was booked into the Collin County Jail in July. We've not been able to find a mugshot for Thomas. Prosecutors say he was in the U.S. Air Force at the time. The place they are accused of plotting to invade is called Gonave Island. It is part of the Republic of Haiti. It's not small. In fact, that island has about 87,000 residents. Prosecutors say Weisenberg and Thomas plan to lead that expeditionary force by sailboats to the island, murder the men, take control of the island, and then turn the women into sex slaves.
Getting medieval, all right? They were getting medieval with it. I know Freeman's Journal, they're throwing all the horrible stuff in there because it's the news, right? All I'm saying is they were getting medieval with it. All right, this ain't no conquering Walmart. You niggas talking about, well, since the white man a conqueror, I'm gonna, when I steal from Walmart, we're gonna call it conquering. No. This is what conquering is. Do you have the heart to conquer? Right. You want to steal socks and underwear from Walmart. Call it black revolutionary culture.
According to prosecutors, the feds say the plan dates back to August of last year. They say Weisenberg enrolled in a Rockwall Fire Academy to learn command and control protocols, but flunked out in February. And they say he then traveled to Thailand to learn how to sail, but didn't enroll in the school due to the cost. The feds say Thomas, meanwhile, enlisted in the Air Force in January and in March, changed his station assignment from Germany to Maryland to better coordinate the invasion and recruit the homeless population in D.C. We reached out to attorneys listed for Weisenberg and did not.
See, he was building an army the old school way. Back in the day, that's how you built the army. All right? Where are all the able-bodied men who ain't got shit else going on in life? That is an old school army, bro. He's gonna invade Haiti with a bum fight army. You know, I think it could have worked, honestly. I think of all the countries in the world that you could invade with a bum fight army, Haiti is probably the one country where you could probably pull it off, bro. Think about it. You and like 5,000 bum fighters. Some of y'all got automatic weapons. Some of y'all got like broken bottles and stuff. You know, 4 feet of chain link, shit like that. You could have probably invaded that island with an army of bum fighters. No bull. I'm just spitballing. You know what I mean? Maybe if you'd have timed it just right. You know what I mean? If you'd had a surprise on your side, you catch the niggas after a night of drinking and partying. You know? Gandalf be like, I'll meet you on the second sunrise. You know, you need something like that on your side. But I think you could eventually take a small island off of Haiti with an army of bum fighters.
We could not find attorneys listed for Thomas. Prosecutors say they face up to life in prison if convicted on the conspiracy to murder charge. Stephen, Heather.
All right, Blake Hansen in the newsroom.
Oh, well, that was a fun little sidebar. Anyway, back to African philosophy, man. What do you niggas be thinking about on the motherland? Because I told you, I was on a quest, man. I was on a hunt to find African philosophy, man, and it's a big continent, so you got to bear with me.
Welcome to another of our GST titled Philosophy and Logic. This material is from National Open University of Nigeria. My name is Dan Asukwo, your instructor. Are you writing any of the GSTs soon, or you want to improve your knowledge on philosophy and logic? If so, let us know on the comment section so that we can help you out. If you are a Noun student or from any other universities, this will be very useful for you. Please do well to share it with others as well as on your study groups.
Yes, we have a class on African philosophy, y'all. All right, I told you, I did my homework.
If this is your first time of coming across our videos, why not do well to subscribe, like, comment, and share for others too to benefit. Unit 5, The Idea of African Philosophy, 1.0. Introduction. The search for African philosophy is dominated by the need for...
I don't know, having these people on the screen and talking about philosophy, it just reminds me of like when you have a bunch of crazy black kids doing something out of pocket and the news calls them like young scholars. This group of doctors and engineers. I'm sorry. I know that was so real. That was just me. I couldn't help it. You know, this is definitely a group of future doctors and engineers right here, man. I'm telling you, they're going to get that subway built anytime now.
For a new identity authentic to Africans and distinct from those imposed by Western culture and tradition. Before now, the beliefs of the Western philosophers was that two species of human beings exist. On one hand were the Westerners, who are seen and are believed to be the only set of human beings who could reason. And on the other side were the Africans, who lacks ideas and whom rational thought was considered impossible.
Whoa. Come on with this AI stuff, man. They should have never let you niggas have AI video technology. I think, listen, I propose an AI segregation bill because I don't know if we can really fully trust you niggas with AI just yet, okay? I don't know if this is a good idea, man. What if this is how the Terminator Revolution actually gets started, bro? What if because you remember in Terminator 2, you remember who the real enemy in Terminator 2 was? Go back to Terminator 2, right? Go back and watch T2, The Judgment Day. There was a secret reveal about who the real enemy, not Skynet itself, but there was a real enemy that got revealed in Terminator 2 Judgment Day. And I don't think you guys understand. Hollywood was like forecasting something. They were foreshadowing. That's what they were doing. That was Hollywood foreshadowing. That's what we call it in the industry, right? Wink, wink. But in Terminator 2, they gave you a picture of the real bad guy. It was really his fault. The whole thing, it was his fault. And now I'm thinking about it. I'm like, maybe we need an AI. Maybe we need an AI segregation act. Because now I'm thinking about the black guy in Terminator 2. It was his fault. He was the lead guy on the team. He said, you know what? We're going to take this technology and we're going to do everything we could imagine with it. And next thing you know, Terminator Revolution, Arnold Schwarzenegger is going back in time to blow the world up. It was a whole mess. And maybe, just maybe, all right? I know crazy me. I think crazy things and I talk about them on the internet. But what if the Terminator Revolution starts out because black people got a little bit too creative with an AI algorithm? I know, right? Just imagine the chaos, bro. Just imagine the chaos. What if the Terminator Revolution starts out because some nigga, we'll call him Jermaine. What if Jermaine just gets a little bit too creative with the AI algorithm, and next thing you know, the AI is alive and it wants to kill everybody because he low-key feeling black, right?
I'm done with life, and it's all Jermaine's fault. It's always Jermaine's fault.
For instance, some Western scholars like Hegel believe that Africans are people against which all reason could be contrasted. Some believe even if Africans can reason, it is not as developed as what exists in the Western society. Since Africans are special species of human race, Africans cannot philosophize, understand, or demonstrate any form of philosophical enterprise. This unit is therefore an examination of these Western opinions on African philosophy with a view to show the meaning of African philosophy. 2.0. Intended learning outcomes. By the end of this unit, you will be able to analyze the philosophical existence in every culture, evaluate the idea of African philosophy and human belief. 3.0. Main content. 3.1. Meaning and nature of African philosophy. First, begin by asking yourself some questions such as, were our forebears non-thinking creatures?
Ooh, we're about to get really educational. Is this African? Is this nigga cross-eyed, bro? What is this on the screen right here I'm looking at? Why he look weird, man? I'm telling you, bro, I'm gonna write the AI Segregation Act myself, bro. You can't leave you niggas alone with the AI, bro. The ungodly creations that dudes will think up if you leave them alone with the AI. Look at him. Look at him. What is this? What are we looking at? Why? How come when I try to research African philosophy on YouTube, weird videos start popping up, man? I tell you.
Are we still thinking? Do we have a school of thought that equips our policymakers, guides our scholars, and provide guidance for our development? Or are we just living on borrowed thought and precepts? All these questions arouse as a result of the perception of the Westerners about us and their declaration of our lack of philosophical truth like them. You need to know that the Western civilization is based on the philosophy of the West. This philosophy supposedly emanates from Greece, specifically Athens. Men like Socrates, Plato, Aristotle, Pericles, Cicero, Archimedes, and modern ones like Einstein, Heidegger, Hobbes, etc., have contributed not only to the philosophical thought of the West, but laid the foundation of her science, technology, and art. These thinkers provided valuable answers to issues wide-ranging from morality, government, politics, religion, and war. In universities,
how many African thinkers can we name in that exact regard? That's been my whole point of this entire show.
Across Nigeria, students are taught Western philosophy, but what is fundamentally lacking is an understanding of their own philosophy. But do we Africans have philosophy? If we do, what is our philosophy? How do we describe or define African philosophy?
Now, notice something about this video that lady did, and it's hilarious, by the way. Shout out to Roland Martin up in the top corner. He's always dancing like that. Notice what was just uttered on the video, right? This is an AI video, I guess, written for the benefit of Africans, maybe by an African. He doesn't sound African, though. Even in his AI dream video, he has to be like a white man.
Morality, government, politics, religion, and war. In universities across Nigeria, students are taught Western philosophy, but what is fundamentally lacking is an understanding of their own philosophy. But do we Africans have philosophy? If we do, what is our philosophy? How do we describe or define African philosophy? African philosophy can be formally defined as a critical thinking by Africans on their experiences of reality. Nigerian-born philosopher K.C. Anyanwu defined African philosophy as that which concerns itself with the way in which African people of the past and present make sense of their destiny and of the world in which they live. If we accept this definition, then African philosophy is a critical reflection on African leaderships in the administration of their duties towards their citizens, the ethical lifestyle. It will also provide possible solutions to the problems experienced in African governance, as we have observed about Western philosophy. According to Joseph I Omoregba, a philosopher is one who attempts to understand the world's phenomena, the purpose of human existence, the nature of the world, and the place of human beings in that world. Omoregba believes that this form of natural philosophy is identifiable in Africa even before individual African philosophers can be distinguished in the sources. 3.2. Nature of African philosophy. African refers to sub-Sahara. African, and by simple definition, philosophy is thinking. To think, man requires a language. Thus, the postulation of early Western sojourners that once lived in various parts of the African continent to have restricted to writing as the only means by which thinking is guaranteed. Writing is not a prerequisite for thinking. Aside this position, and as noted in the history of...
Well, it's not that writing is a prerequisite for thinking, but writing is a prerequisite for long-term memory. It's literally why we write things down, right? Because I can have all kinds of brilliant ideas in this moment, right? But in a moment that's vastly disconnected from this moment, I may not be able to accurately recall these great things that I thought of. And not only that, and this is where it becomes important, you as the non-thinker have no access to the great thing I may have thought of at one moment in time, one unique, beautiful moment in time. You may never have access to these thoughts unless I'm able to write these things down. And what writing creates is a moment that is frozen in time. Any idea that is written down is an idea that is now frozen in time, because a thing can only exist in the time that it actually does exist, right? A thing is only what it is. And once its time has passed, it no longer actually exists. But through writing, an idea itself becomes timeless. As long as that idea is written down and maintained, the ideas never quite die, because the idea can only live within the mind of a person who holds the idea. And so you can read a book and you can hold the idea yourself for a while, but you maybe can never really accurately retranscribe a book you read, right? But this is kind of the idea. We write things down so that they do, quote, last forever, as much as we can humanly make it possible. Africa hasn't really gotten to that yet.
Philosophy. Certain societies in the ancient time also existed, and the process of thinking was noted especially during the pre-Socratic period of the development of philosophy. As in most Western cultures, thinkers in sub-Sahara Africa constituted a special class of people that sought to preserve their works in various forms, and did so mostly through oral tradition. Morality, religion, and politics were a major concern, but perhaps due to the nature or peculiarity of their environments, while the European philosopher was primarily occupied with issues of politics and morality, his counterpart in Africa was more interested and concentrated in religion and morality. Thus, common to the tradition is the issue morality, which seems...
How do we know he had a counterpart in Africa, though? How do we know that the European thinker who was concerned about politics and morality actually had a real counterpart in Africa? I mean, I assume he may have had one, but like, how will we know if it's not written down accurately?
To be the core of philosophy. Morality, which can simply be described as the question of what constitutes good or bad, is an essential ingredient of any use.
Oh, shout out to Black Africa. Black Africa has entered the chat. Finally, we got one. Igbos have an ancient writing system called Nsibidi. Cameroonians have their own writing system too. I would be fascinated to know what you guys have written down over the years. Like, what is the timeless wisdom that has been captured in the Igbo writing system? Real question, real question. I assume it should have something.
School of thought. Furthermore, philosophy functions on three main attributes in a society. These attributes are culture, civilization, and language. Since Africa have a language, civilization, and culture, the question we should then ask is whether there were reasons behind our culture or not. If the answer is yes, the other questions that needs to be considered are: what did the definite departure point for the thinking African? Is there a uniform body of thought called African philosophy? It is the last question that always generates arguments whenever attempt is made to justify the existence of African philosophy. But then all the
Hey, Chuck Will, you know what? Most of the Sumerian tablets are basically business transactions. Same as it ever was, right?
arguments end up in revealing the multiplicity of religion, languages, cultures, civilizations, various African society, and as such, what eventually become African philosophy in the contemporary time. There is multiplicity of ideas that results from the differences in customs, civilization, and tradition. But this cannot suggest that there is no African philosophy. At the heart of most African philosophy is the concept of communalism, which is not socialism, communism, capitalism.
Did they just work in a commercial in the background? Who is this nigga? He look African too. Apostle B Java. Definitely he an African scam preacher. I don't even know him and I'm calling him one just on GP. Just on strength. Based on pattern recognition alone, I'm calling this nigga an African scam pastor. All right, God damn it, they worked in a commercial in the background. Y'all crafty Africans, man.
Or the other isms of the West.
You don't need a written language to be clever, do you?
Most of African philosophies, even though not written, are encoded in wise sayings, proverbs, which in the words of our fathers are the yam with which words are eaten. Take, for instance, the wise words of the people to the east of the Nigeria, that if a child washes his hands, he shall eat with kings. This word epitomizes.
That's a Nigerian proverb. If a child washes his hands, he shall eat with kings. Oh, come on, man. Nigeria, I know you can do better than that. Come on, Nigeria. That's your proverb? If a child washes his hands, he can eat with kings? You see what they mean about black folk don't be having a class structure and shit? All you got to do is wash your hands, baby.
Is the fundamental philosophy of the Igbo people to the east of the Niger. Indeed, it shows the republican and egalitarian nature of that society that believes in absolute meritocracy. If the same saying were postulated in the Yoruba land, it will be utter.
Hold up. I just heard some AI bullshit. I heard that was AI bullshit. No, that had to be AI bullshit. Well, we're on it. I know game when I hear game.
Take, for instance, the wise words of the people to the east of the Nigeria, that if a child washes his hands, he shall eat with kings. This word.
Chuck will, listen, my bad, bro. I'm sorry. Everybody get. No bull, bro. I lost the whole channel because everybody get to work eventually. And I apologize that you have to get to work in such a timely manner, but it's your time right now. And I appreciate you being here for your time, right? Very not African of you, by the way. You were late, but you were on time. We're just going to call it that. But still, a child who washes his hands eats with kings. This nigga trying to spit game to me right now. This type of shit you say to hoes when they tipsy, bro. I'm not going. I'm not.
Epitomizes the fundamental philosophy of the Igbo people to the east of the Niger. Indeed, it shows the republican and egalitarian nature of that society that believes in absolute meritocracy.
How can you be egalitarian and believe in absolute meritocracy? There is no egalitarianism in meritocracy. You understand the philosophical contradiction that's inherent in that? All right. You'd have worked that out if you had actual African philosophers to stop y'all from thinking stupid. All right. You can't be an egalitarian and a complete meritocracy. There is no way. That's why America is going to shit right now, because we abandoned our meritocracy for something more egalitarian. And now the kids can't read.
If the same saying were postulated in the Yoruba land, it will be utter rubbish. In the traditional Yoruba land, royalty, then age, and then merit, wealth and accomplishment, is the order of precedence. There are thousands and thousands of such proverbs that epitomizes the beauty of the traditionalist approach to African thoughts. It should be noted here that the disagreement on whether there is African philosophy or the possibility of its existence also persist among African scholars as well, until now that we have professional African philosophers who now research and teach African philosophy in African universities. One of the most basic disagreements among scholars concerns what exactly the term African qualifies: the content of the philosophy and the distinctive methods employed, or the identities of the philosophers. On the former view, philosophy counts as African if it involves African themes, such as perceptions of time, personhood, space, and other subjects, or uses methods that are defined as distinctively African. 2. In the latter view, African philosophy is any philosophy produced by Africans or by people of African descent, and others engaged in critiques or analysis of their works. 3.3. Currents in African philosophy. 3.1. Ethnophilosophy. Ethnophilosophy has been used to record the beliefs found in African cultures.
Ooh, ethnophilosophy. That sounds getting dangerously racist there, huh? And ethnophilosophy. I don't know what you're doing with that one there.
Such an approach treats African philosophy as consisting in a set of shared beliefs, values, categories, and assumptions that are implicit in the language, practices, and beliefs of African cultures. In short, the uniquely African worldview. As such, it is seen as an item of communal property rather than an activity for the individual. One proponent of this form, Placide Tempels, argued in the Bantu philosophy that the metaphysical categories of the Bantu people are reflected in their linguistic categories. According to this view, African philosophy can be best understood as springing from the fundamental assumptions about reality reflected in the languages of Africa. Another example of this sort of approach is the work of E.J. Algoa, a Nigerian who argues for the existence of an African philosophy of history, stemming from traditional proverbs from the Niger Delta in his paper An African Philosophy of History in the Oral Tradition. Algoa, Babalola, 1998, argues that in African philosophy, age is seen as an important factor in gaining wisdom and interpreting the past. In support of this view, he cites proverbs such as, "More days, more wisdom," and "What an old man sees seated, a youth does not see standing." Truth is seen as eternal and unchanging. Truth never rots. But people are subject to error. Even a four-legged horse stumbles and falls. It is dangerous to judge by appearances. A large eye does not mean keen vision, but first-hand observation can be trusted. He who sees does not err. The past is not seen as fundamentally different from the present, but all history is contemporary history. A storyteller does not tell of a different season. The future remains beyond knowledge.
Whoa. I'm sorry. I had to step away, run to the bathroom for a second, but I'm deeply lost here. Axiom Man, African edition, bro. Freeman's Journal. I didn't even catch that. I don't think my phone is. I don't have my alarms on. It's on vibrate. That's why. Sorry about that. But yeah, Freeman's Journal. The link is in the chat. Thank you for that. I'm going to run this back a few seconds here. You're not quite ready yet. Yeah, this just got really axiomatic.
People are subject to error. Even a four-legged horse stumbles and falls. It is dangerous to judge by appearances. A large eye does not mean keen vision, but first-hand observation can be trusted. He who sees does not err. The past is not seen as fundamentally different from the present, but all history is contemporary history. A storyteller does not tell of a different season. The future remains beyond knowledge. Even a bird with a long neck cannot see the future. Nevertheless, it is said,
Freeman's Journal, did you know, my brother, that even a bird with a long neck cannot see the future? Did you know?
I did not.
Nor did I, my brother. Nor did I. I recently was enlightened by these deep African wisdoms, my brother, and I feel so ingenious.
Is this an example of us knowing our history, and therefore we can
other ways of knowing? That's the phrase, Freeman. These are the other ways of knowing.
Alternate knowings. Anyway, listen. The thing about time happening to you, that you are standing still and time is what is moving. Think about how perfectly that comes into like Black thought around progress, right? And just getting better. The first thing they say is, well, the white man, this or that, right? Because their condition is something that was done to them, right? They didn't create it. and they have no way to undo it. The first thing that has to happen is the white man has to do something for their circumstances to change. Right?
You know, Freedman, I dropped a video just before the show today, and for a second, I kind of talked about a brief moment of revelation I had years ago back, when I was doing other things. And I realized that, like, I don't really know what it's like to be a regular person anymore. Like, you work, you pay bills, you strive to achieve in that sense of the word. Like, I was totally on some off the grid type of life. And I realized that, like, I had kind of gotten out of the rhythms of it all. And then it occurred to me that maybe this is just a common thing. Like, and so now that I'm on these panels and I have these conversations with people, and they would argue against me about, like, the quote nature of reality and Black life and Black America and the hood, like I was talking about earlier. And it's weird to me in that my reality of it seems a lot more like gritty and maybe dangerous than the reality that's projected by maybe other people that I'm talking to. And it's just such a weird difference, because it's like, bro, I can't get over how much people are just not being honest about certain things.
Bro, I don't think they're not being honest, right?
Well, that's true too, but it's something else.
They don't have the capability, right?
Right.
Like, which doctor was like, oh man, he was going on and on about the social worker training, right? Right? Like, see what I mean? It's like, it's something that is done to them to alleviate any issue or any problem. Someone else has to do something, right? The capability of thinking that I have these actions and I get these results to control or even alter my future, they don't have the capability to have those thoughts.
But here's what's shocking, right? Here's what's really shocking, right? Because then we start getting into, like, the intellectual, philosophical underpinnings of it all. White culture, as defined by, professional, intellectual Black people here that run the African American Smithsonian Museum or whatever, they define elements of white culture as, quote, objective, rational, linear thinking, cause and effect relationships, quantitative emphasis, which is per capita, in other words, right? If these are elements of white culture, and they're not quite the elements of Black culture, what in fact are the elements of Black culture that are even related? Are there any elements of Black culture that would be productive in the manner that these things would be? Like, when you start to really get into it and peel back the layers, it reveals something that's maybe, like, psychologically questionable, at least.
Well, it's just habits, right? It's culture, it's habits, it is that is it. It is culture, man. It's hard to explain. It's just like raising a child, right? And since my daughter's young, and it seems so clear, right? When you can juxtapose kids that are raised a certain way versus kids that aren't, right? You can tell a kid who's had a screen in front of his face since they could work the buttons, right? They can work the hell out of an iPhone, but at 5 years old, they're basically illiterate. Right? They're illiterate.
That's troubling.
Right? Versus a kid who has been read to daily, right? From freaking in the womb until 5 years old. Totally different kids.
You just reminded me of something, and I don't typically criticize my my ex, my baby mom or whatever, in terms of, like, horrible mothering and all that. I have different criticisms of her, but by and large, the kids haven't come out horrible in that sense. I don't pick on her at all about that. But one thing I noticed that bothered me, and this is just a male brain, female brain thing maybe. A couple years ago, I took the kids. We were at, like, Barnes and Nobles or whatever, and I'm going there to buy some books from, obviously, right? And so my daughter, she's really young, so I bought her, like, I don't know, some Barbie-ish type of, pinky, whatever. It's pink. I didn't care, but it was a girl's book. So, as long as you read it, don't care. Now, my son, on the other hand, he's just a year older than her, that kind of thing, got knocked up as soon as possible sort of deal. And so he's slightly older than her. I don't buy him any kitty comic booky thing. I get him, what is it called? A graphic novel version of Animal Farm, right? George Orwell, Animal Farm, right? Now, I'm sure most of you in here are familiar with Animal Farm. There is absolutely anything in there that's like adult graphic material, nothing that would be inappropriate for a child, but it's very much an adult book. But it's a graphic novel at the same time, so I'm giving this to my son to read. You know what? He tells me when he gets home the next day or whatever, his mom took the book. He wouldn't let him have it. I'm like, what the hell is wrong with you? Why? But it's that kind of thing. Like you do kind of want to nurture the mind as young as possible and have them thinking beyond just the tangible.
Look, bro, look. I mean, I gotta do a callback to the study that says Black women prefer their daughters in education 67% of the time. I got to do a callback to Roland Fryer with that story he has about his grandmother, who basically stood in his way academically, right? Had people tell her he's gifted, he should do this, he should do that. Well, I didn't want you to get a big head, baby. Basically, right? That is modus operandi, right? The enemy of Black boys is Black culture. You understand?
Yeah.
So with you just that story you just told me, I was like, oh, okay, that makes absolute sense. Right?
Yeah, I get it after the fact, knowing more about the way things are, but like in the moment, it was such a bizarre thing. Like, of all the fights we could ever have, a book? Like, bitch, a book, really?
No, you gonna stay dumb, little nigga. You gonna stay dumb. You ain't gonna leave me. You ain't gonna get smart and try to go off in the rest of the world.
And raise your standards.
Who you think you are, little nigga?
Yeah, you finna raise your standards around me, little nigga.
Right. I mean, like Carmen, I don't highlight Carmen's last comment. Carmen, I don't know what the reason is. I couldn't tell you. And I will tell you, I will tell you this. I have witnessed it in other parts of the diaspora, right? For some reason, like my wife's Caribbean. So in Caribbean Black countries, they have a knack for producing like sorry men, unproductive men, even from middle class, upper middle class, and like legit rich families.
There's a concept real quick. I'm gonna just cut you off real quick. There's a concept that says basically the purpose of a thing is what it does.
Yes, exactly. Yes. Black culture is there to destroy Black men, right? African culture is slave culture. It is there to produce slaves. That is the culture. That's why Africa is to slavery what McDonald's is to hamburgers.
I was gonna go Walmart. I think Walmart's a bigger thing, but same idea, right?
Over 1 billion sold.
And counting. Mr. Enigma, I'm sorry. Hold on, Mr. Enigma. I want to get you in here real quick because we're gonna get back into the video. But what's going on, man? Well, any thoughts on this whole deal before we go too far?
What's up, man? Yeah, well, yeah, it's like what I harken back to when I told you about the endless Atoshkara, and then you talked about what the opposite of it was. The opposite of endless is the Atoshkara is the thirst, right? And the opposite of it is to have a disciplined mind, right? You have your mind control your emotions and not have your emotions control your mind. And that's what free thinking is for the most part. You just think about whatever just feels good or what feels comfortable. So like the African thinking that time just happens upon me. I'm a slave to time. I don't really have any control. Everything is already happening. I'm just going through the motions. So we just cruising along. To me, that goes along with the free thinking thing, right? Instead of thinking disciplinedly, like, hey, be here at 11 o'clock, and you show up at 10:55, right? Or you do like the military standard, like if you're not 15 minutes early, you're late. That's all disciplined mind, and that goes back to one of the previous videos where you talk about the young guys that are going to religion and are seeking tradition and everything. That's a discipline, like having that religious foundation gives you a discipline of things to do and what not to do and how you operate. And with Africans, because we did, I think it's because of the environment that, they say Africa's full of resources, everything is there, blah, 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 blah. They just didn't have to do the calculating that the Caucasians or the Caucasus Mountains had to deal with limited resources and having to manage and making it through the long winter and all this other jazz and everything. And I think that's just the cultural influence between the two.
I think
Is
that
there
is
a word
a
here?
explanation, though. At least one explanation. It's
Yeah, that's
multivariate.
listen, I think that explanation jives more than any other. When you look at the history of like the Highlanders and the Scots Irish, right? You look back, you read what is that book? De Tocqueville. God, what's the name of the damn
Here's the
book?
problem with that as a pure explanation, because here's what I don't think people quite understand. White people as a group don't quite come from the coldest parts of Europe per se. They migrated into those parts. Like the Caucasus Mountains of Turkey or whatever. You understand the word
Right.
Iran and Aryan are kind of what do you call it? They're almost hominid.
It's not necessarily cold, it's just seasons.
It's something
Right?
else, right? But yeah, it's not just a pure.
seasons.
Yeah.
It doesn't have to be, Iceland, right? It just has to kill the vegetation. That's it, right? It only makes you have to plan ahead, right? And when you look at the Scots Irish do the same thing, the Northerners would come to the South and critique them for just being lazy, man. They would have their animals running around outside during winter, right? They didn't produce the South did not produce a lot of stuff, man. The South was backward AF. Like they didn't produce a lot of milk and dairy, right? They didn't produce a lot of beef. They didn't. Matter of fact, the Iron Bowl, the Iron Bowl is the name of the rivalry game. Yeah, the rivalry game between University of Alabama and Auburn University, right? It's called the Iron Bowl. They call it the Iron Bowl because
I was going to ask.
The natural resources you need to produce iron are in the area, right? Northern Alabama has a ton of the actual resources you need to make iron, but they never made iron.
What would that be, though? What I don't even know the answer to that.
Huh?
Like the natural resources to make iron, because iron is
you need iron ore. You need iron ore. You need coal.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right?
Coal. Okay.
Specific
Coal.
things, right? So, but the point is that area is rich in it. That's why they call it the Iron Bowl. But they never produced iron in the same way that the North did. The North, comparatively, man, is like an economic juggernaut compared to the South.
To be really nerdy and literal, we're talking about the process of smelting, because iron is an what do you call it? It's an element. It's like at its atomic level. It's on the periodic table. It's one of those base elements. So you don't produce it. You need things to smelt it properly, rather.
Mm-hmm. But still, you get the point, right? It is
right.
They were backwards because they didn't do the things that everybody else was doing. And then you take Africa, which doesn't even have the concept of doing that.
Well, it does in some part. Like there's ancient smelting in West Africa, but I can't pinpoint how old it was. And I'm almost certain it's an introduction. It might not be an inherent,
That is not like widespread, right? It's a huge continent. So saying like, oh, they grew rice in Africa, and it's like this one spot they grew rice, right? Did Africa as a continent, were they on the level of, say, Japan when it came to smelting and making metals and making shields and making swords? No.
I don't think
not even close.
And again, the timeline would be a lot more recent, most likely. The thing I want to point out, though, Carmen in the chat, Miss Cantrell in the chat, she says, and I saw the comment you made earlier about the pair bonding thing, and she says right now, what he's talking about supposedly plays a part in evolutionary pair bonding and mating tendencies, like I kind of brought up earlier. You know what I was thinking about just a minute ago, Freeman's Journal? In terms of the men, the males of Black America, it is quite possible that we're experiencing a process of, when they talk about the dysgenic mating cycles in Black America, we are quite possibly breeding out a lot of these traits in men. The objective, rational, linear thinking, cause and effect relationships, quantitative emphasis. It is very likely that the ability to grasp these abstract concepts and then act on them in one way or another, these are connected to traits in the human physiome, the genetic makeup or whatever. And it's quite possible that through a process of weird selective mating, or dysgenic as we call it, we could be breeding these things out, or at least breeding less and less of them.
What do you say we? You mean the West in general?
The West in general, for a whole other set of reasons, but I'm talking about Black America in particular because of our cultural.
I think the evidence for that is incontrovertible. I mean, if we're going back to Russian fox theory, right? They've been breeding against intelligence for like the last 3 generations, hard.
Not only breeding against, but then like when I tell the story, and that's a very anecdotal, and not to put all the blame of the world on my one chick's shoulders, but like I think there's an effort to suppress intelligence in men to a certain degree too.
Yes, that's what I just said.
Yeah.
It is a slave culture. You can have smart slaves.
Absolutely.
Smart slaves don't end up slaves.
Smart slaves.
My evidence there will be the Great Society Bill. I mean, the LBJ presented it with the intentions to pacify Black America. That's what he wanted.
I think
I like to.
I'm sorry. Finish your thought. I'm sorry.
Well, I just want to say, like there's. I was introduced to this concept called a phage, right? It happened in like sci-fi, whatever. There was one particular in sci-fi called a genophage, right? And in the story, they had this race that was like taking over the galaxy, and there's this one species of people who could do it. They were big and they could recover from damage real fast, and they had numbers as well. And since they took care of the galactic threat, they were like, we got to do something about them. And so they introduced what's called a genophage, where only a certain number, like 1 out of 1,000 of their species, will actually make it to adulthood. And that's kind of like what we have in America. It's more like a bureaucracy phase. Like through bureaucracy, we eat the youth in Black America in particular. So we use the projects and everything to funnel Black men in particular either into the prison system, prison industrial complex, or the military industrial complex. That's the path they want to set you on.
Through the academic process, I realized my hypothesis, again, outside throwing stones at a glass house here, but it looks like that one of the purposes of Blackademia, as I'm going to call it right now, is to take those intelligent, bright Black minds and subvert them into something less productive, less intelligent, which would be like the Black Studies program. I ask this question as a kind of jab all the time, but can you build a house with any knowledge from the Black Studies program? Like, can you get to the moon? Like, what can you do productively in the world of men that Black Studies teaches you?
Yeah, nothing. But I think that's more like one of the thorns of capitalism, right? Black African American studies exist to maintain diversity, right? To maintain affirmative action, right? Affirmative action doesn't do you much good if they all get in and flunk out, right? they need some way to stay there.
Right. But what that creates as a byproduct is a hostile, relatively educated underclass. Like it's almost like you're creating the slave rebellion that you don't want to have now, because the only education you're giving them is hostile revolutionary Marxism.
But for Marxists, it's a positive feedback loop. That's why they keep feeding it.
True. That's the education is captured. Blackademia has been captured.
Well, I will say that Black academia trying to get you to the moon is too much of a stretch, because we're not sci-fi fans like that. But I going back to what you said about Terminator, I do believe that there's something historically black men have an affinity for the hardware in tech as opposed to software. So like the cell phone and the guy who made the Super Soaker, things of that nature. So what is more possible is that be like cybernetics or something like that. And because look who's leading the cybernetic push right now is an actual African American, the Elon Musk with Neuralink. So that's
That just
more about
really
wheelhouse.
African American, but I'll allow it.
He's more African American than I am, but uh, I would say like doing something with hardware would be more in our wheelhouse. Just like the guy in Terminator, he had that chip. I remember watching that scene when he was examining the chip before they did the ray. I was like, it had to be a nigga that did this.
I told you he was the real bad guy of the movie, bro. He was the guy. I'm like, low key, I don't know. Maybe she should have killed him just on the strength. Like, this nigga fucked up for everybody, bro. Like, I don't know. Am I the only guy that sees him as the bad guy of the movie? You know how
Nah.
like in Forrest Gump, Jenny is like a low key bad guy, and in Breaking Bad, the housewife is like a low key bad guy to the husband or whatever. The black guy in Terminator 2, he is low key a bad guy, bro. I'm telling you, he's part of the reason why the whole universe fell to the machines, man.
Yeah, I was low key offended. But I thought that as soon as I saw it, like it had this of all places, to put a black man, this is where you put him. Like he's the one that started all this, that ended humanity, and started the robot revolution, which is ironic because there's some study of words and history and everything that slave is derived from robot or vice versa and all that. And it was a black guy who had a history of American slaves that brought in the robots to kill everybody.
Listen,
The slave
bro,
bots.
the AI Segregation Act of 2025. I'm writing it right now. You niggas are only allowed to play with robots. You can't talk to the computer's brain anymore. I know how you niggas think, bro. You niggas always want war and revolution, and we can't do this.
I mean, we talking white man the slave trade. So why not teach them robotics as well?
Yeah, listen, you can listen. Black people can build an Elon Musk robot that can do the robot that can dance and shit. Like, yeah, that's cool. Let a black person work on that, but you can't control the programming. I need like an autistic German to control the programming. If that, I don't even like AI to begin with. Anyway, I'm just saying I don't trust you niggas with it the most.
Yeah.
I want to let this clip run a little bit more. Let's get back to class, y'all. We've been in the hallway smoking cigarettes. We got a whole African philosophy class going on. This is how you know I was a terrible student. I had to drop out and drop back in.
God will outlive eternity. History is seen as vitally important. One ignorant of his origin is non-human, and historians, known as sons of the soil, are highly revered. The son of the soil has the python's keen eyes. In the same, there are several Yoruba proverbs.
I forgot. This is why I stopped the shit anyway, because he's just going through like African, what would you call it? Axiom man, right? These are African axioms. How come so much of black thought boils down to axioms? You pinpointed that for me, Freedom Jones. I thank you. Because that was an observation that I needed to kind of crystallize an image, a vision. But it's really true, though. A lot of what we consider a lot of the people that I encounter on these panels in the Chitlin circuit, they really just hit me with one axiom after another. You can't judge a book by the cover. It's not all people are like that. You know what I mean? Just because you're black, it don't mean this. It's like, nigga, I know what you mean, but I'm not wrong either. Jeez.
Right. Well, see, they try to, what I noticed, they always try to neutralize the thing you say with saying, well, not all, some version of not all. He's saying everybody in the hood is like this. Like, no, you didn't. You said black people means a plurality or majority, but it doesn't mean all. And that's their defense is always, well, not everyone in the hood is like this. It's like, okay. Never said
they argue like bitches.
really, really do. But this is another thing that kills me, and this is why I just had to do the stream about the indigenous people. I vow to laugh at that because I think I know really that's why I created a slur and then I kept repeating it over and over. And I think that's what really triggered the algorithms on like some red alert shit. But this is why I just had to do the indigenous thing, because ultimately, right, Black people in America, it's like we want to believe. We just want to. And I had to bust the bubble, bro. Like you realize that whole thing is just built on like one axiom after another. It's like, bro, I can tell from talking about the cultural ways of Black Americans and how we have some weird kind of shadow connection to the cultural ways that are endemic to Africa. We're kind of low key them too, bro. We're them and we're Americans too. We are a blend. We are a product of two different trains of thought here. Like I don't know how you can just separate these kinds of things. When I look at like this whole thing about African philosophy, like some nigga in Detroit be saying the exact same shit, bro. I swear to God, it's a nigga on 145th Street, Lenox Avenue right now, talking the exact same bullshit, bro.
That points to metaphysics, epistemology, ethics, and so on. For instance, prostration is not good conduct. One's intention exists in the mind already, which points to appearance and reality. It is not understanding the Ifa message that makes one to look up, since the Ifa is not on the ceiling. This proverb emphasizes the distinction between opinion and knowledge. There is the ethical proverb that emphasizes sincerity and the need to keep promise made. He who borrows 1,200 and refuses to pay has blocked 1,400. However, these arguments must be taken with a grain of cultural relativism, as there are so many cultures in Africa, with patriarchies, matriarchies, monotheists, and traditional religionists among the population. And as such, the attitudes of the two society mentioned above.
What if it's possible? I mean, what if it's just true that Africa is way too diverse to even have a singular thing called African culture? Like Europe, even with all the different countries and individual cultures and histories, it's not as diverse as maybe Africa is,
Cannot be taken to represent the whole of Africa. Leopold Sédar Senghor also embraced this approach. His view in support of his approach is embodied in his concept negritude. In the negritude, he argued that the distinctly African approach to reality is based on emotion rather than logic, works itself out in participation rather than analysis, and manifests itself through the arts rather than the sciences. Other African philosophers who upholds the ethno-philosophy approach are John Mbiti, Cheikh Anta Diop, and Mubabingi Bilolo, etc. It is important to know that this approach has been criticized. The critics of this approach argue that the actual philosophical work in producing a coherent philosophical position is being done by the academic philosopher, and that the sayings of the same culture can be selected from and organized in many ways to produce very different, often contradictory systems of thought.
This is a problem too. Like, you can't just gather a bunch of quote sayings, right, and then say that we have a coherent philosophy, right? Random axioms do not make a coherent philosophy.
Correct.
Odimegwu et al., 2009. 3.2. Sage philosophy, philosophical sagacity. Philosophical sagacity, also known as sage philosophy, is a sort of individualist version of ethno-philosophy, in which one records the beliefs of certain special members of a community. It has also been...
This is why I asked about like Mansa Musa earlier, who are the great writers, the great African thinkers of old, We got one name in the chat so far, but, I assume there are some people, but I don't think we have an African Plato yet. I don't think African Plato is a thing.
Viewed as midway between...
You don't have the leisure to have a African Plato. Right? You don't even have sanitation. You have running water. You have steady running water across the continent.
Deep.
Right? And like someone, how they Sir El Cid's comment, right? Functionally, as a nation state, there are no real nation states, not as you know them, right? I mean, Italy had a bunch of different kingdoms. One family came in. One dude was like, "We're gonna conquer all y'all," and then once that happened, boom, nation state, right? They had a common language, a common history, common religion, right? A written language, right? Africa does not have that within the lines that are drawn on a map. It's a coagulation of tribes, and one tribe will screw another tribe, kill another tribe, and I mean they look, almost the same, but it's like they might as well be from Venus and Mars. They so consider themselves so distinct and dislike the other. Like you can't have an actual functioning nation state. And matter of fact, throughout history, it would seem that only nation states are actually able to exploit natural resources.
Because it becomes such a massive organizational effort that's what it takes to exploit large resources, right? Because it's one thing for one guy to build a farm, but in order to have organized farming to build a city, you kind of need somebody at the top of the pyramid.
Yep.
Oh, also, you got to think. I know one thing. So listen to the old Obsidian days. He used to talk about how African had the big man culture. It was just the biggest dude that took over. And you got to think, what if there was just this little nigga that was fucking around with or messing around with a stick and a rope? Yeah, two sticks and a rope. You know what I'm saying? He would think, oh, if he figures this out, I won't be the big man anymore. So he go ahead and just nip him in the bud. Cut him off. You know what I mean?
Well, I kind of
Like,
postulated something like that earlier. Like, I imagine there were people who did think freely in one way or another. Maybe they thought up or something, but it's not like they're thinking translated beyond their life, right? They would have died, and their life would have died. Their knowledge would have died with them. Some guy would have ate their body to take their juju, and then everything would have been over, right? So I imagine that's probably the case of it all. Like, things would have happened, but they would have happened one-off and never took hold. Like, that fire wouldn't have been beyond the person.
well, I'm just saying, like the process of like Genghis Khan, right? The reason why he took over Asia and all that is because he had the bow and arrow and nobody else did, right? So thinking he himself did, I don't think he himself created the bow and arrow, right? Somebody else found out, and he knew, and he saw the potential in it.
I don't think it was just the bow and arrow. I think it was the compound bow and the horse archer thing. Like, horseback archery was like that's like the drive-by of ancient warfare. They had nothing to counter that back then.
Right. So you got to think that he saw the potential, and he's like, all right, I'm gonna take this guy who figured it out. I'm gonna put him on my wing, and together we'll conquer, whatever, and we'll create territories. Whereas with the big man culture, it's, oh, this little nigga think he's smart. I'm just gonna take him out altogether.
Well, I think it's a kind of timeline of events, and not events, but like there's an order to the development of it all. Like, all the cultures more or less started out with the so-called big man thing, but I think the problem is, and I've said this a bunch of times, like Black America needs a king or something like that. But that's just like one of the steps of development onto higher levels of culture. And I think it's like they're kind of on the big man level right now. Let me get back to the clips, though. Let's finish this class of African philosophy.
The claims of ethno-philosophers and the professional school. According to Odera Oruka, sage philosophy is the expressed thoughts of wise men and women in any given community, and is a way of thinking and explaining the world that fluctuates between popular wisdom, known communal maxims, aphorisms, and general common sense truths, and dialectic wisdom, an expounded wisdom and a rational thought of some given individuals within a community.
I actually want to stop and read these two super chats real quick. Shout out to my man Jesse Lee with the $2 for the pan attacks. Thank you so much for the pan attacks. I appreciate everybody coming and hanging out for the day. We are doing African logic. Is logic anti-Black? This whole show has been a quest to discover if there are any roots of Black logic. And it's been disappointing. I can't lie. It's been a disappointment. But thank you to Jesse with the $2, man.
If you think I'm here to play around with y'all, goddamn I'm not. All right.
And then shout out to Jay Morgan with the $10. I've always thought football was for attracting athletic warrior class genetics into a game where they bash their heads into each other and neutralize themselves eternally. That is a very weird take on it. I mean, it wouldn't neutralize their genetics theoretically, but it would kind of neutralize them socially to some degree. I think, though, I guess in the animal kingdom relation, one of the things about lions that kills me, it's just crazy to think about. When male lions fight, male lions go after the testicles. Like a male lion fight is pretty much over once somebody rips the testicles, right? Because the idea, I guess, genetically is like, even if you live, you won't live forever, but I will.
Oh, the lions are vicious, man. They cripple and maim.
Yeah, bro.
Actually, when the the male lion loses the testosterone, his mane goes away. So he physically looks like a bitch.
No shock there.
Emasculation, bro. Crazy work.
Yeah, I'm gonna post that documentary in the chat. It is vicious.
Man. Appreciate the support, y'all. Hit that like button. Thanks for supporting the show. We are going to run this panel for a little while longer. The link is in the chat if you want to come up and join the discussion. We are talking about logic and African philosophy. It's an endeavor. I gotta tell you, it's hard getting to the root of Black culture, but somebody got to do it, man. None of you niggas want to do it. I'm going to do it.
Somebody had to do it. I am the chosen one. Somebody had to do it.
The position of this approach is that although most societies demand some degree of conformity of belief and behavior from their members, a certain few of those members reach a particularly high level of knowledge and understanding of their culture's worldviews. Such people are sages. In some cases, the sage goes beyond mere knowledge and understanding to reflection and questioning. These become the targets of philosophical sagacity. Odumegwu, 2009. This approach wants whatever that will go by the name African philosophy must meet certain criteria, which other philosophies like Western, Chinese, Indian, etc. already have. One of such criteria is not to consider it as a communal enterprise, but rather it should be seen as the work of an individual. This may explain why Odera Oruka contended that philosophy is never a community patrimony, which as such belong to all members of the society. Philosophy, as far as this approach is concerned, is an individual enterprise. It is the conscious effort of an individual philosopher as he contemplates the universe and its reality. Thus we can speak of individual philosophy as we speak of the philosophy of Plato, Aristotle, Hegel's, etc. One of the criticisms of this approach is that not all reflection and questioning is philosophical. Besides, if African philosophy were to be defined purely in terms of philosophic sagacity, then the thoughts of the sages could not be African philosophy, for they did not record them from other sages. Critics argue
that is almost like an inescapable reality. The fact that Africa doesn't have much of a written culture at all. I mean, there's some kind of writings, but I stand on this. Africa doesn't really have a written culture. I know there's some contradictory. Some people would say otherwise, but as a general rule of thumb, that's just the case. And you need a written history for your, quote, philosophy to survive the ages, because I can stand on a giant rock and say any dope shit. I could freestyle like Eminem, but if it's 10,000 BC and nobody wrote it down, what does it matter?
Like a griot. What was them things called in Africa? Griots, or traditional talkers, what have you?
No, that's what Africa has in exchange for writing. They have the griot system, which is a questionable system in that we're to take it on faith that every tale is passed down from the elders to the youth over, whatever millennia. And because that's the trusted system of the griot, is that we take these stories and we start with a youth. We take young kids the same way, like in Islam, whatever your Quran trading will start as a child. They would do that with the griot youth, and we teach them the stories of our people. And so, because it goes from the elders to the youth, and we make sure that youth get this rigorous training before they just go off in the world. The idea is that we tell the truth, and you get the truth and nothing but the truth. But it is not like having it written down one good time. I'm telling you. Niggas be lying.
Like the telephone effect doesn't exist.
Right.
Bro.
Like I even heard like recently about the Cinderella story, where the main thing that's been missing out in the modern telling is that because she did all the housework and did the chores and everything, she developed a personality that made her stood out from all the other women at the ball that night. And so the actual story of Cinderella is about working hard and everything and develop a personality makes you stand out over entitled women that are stuck up in everything else. But that's what's missing. That's what happens when you have it.
I never
the
heard
stories
of
pass down
like
word
that.
out.
That's actually really
Exactly.
good. I never really considered it on that term. I just thought about the bitches be cray. That's really my
Right.
deep thought about Cinderella is bitches be tripping.
Right. That's what they shaved off. Because other than that, it's just a bunch of chicks acting crazy. You know what I mean? But the crux of the story that it was trying to actually convey over to young girls is that if you work hard and develop a personality, you will be picked over these lazy bitches, basically these lazy entitled bitches.
You know what, Mr.
and
Green? You got me rethink about that whole Disney lineup of chicks. I mean, first we gotta look at Snow White and Princess Jasmine. I mean, let's look at Snow White. I mean, she literally was surrounded by a whole group of midgets, basically called incels, right? That was worshiping her while she was asleep, right? And what about Princess Jasmine? I mean, she had this so-called high-value father, had all these motherfucking dudes around her, but she decided to go ahead and mess with a street urchin that was passing as a so-called rich dude, right? Right. This is crazy.
Yeah, but the can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
The westernized versions of all these stories are terrible versions. They're bastardized versions. Like
that is true.
I mean, like, look, we talked about it a long time ago, man. Talking about the Brothers Grimm and how Disney got the story, remixed it, and it ended up being terrible. Hell, even board games. The original Chutes and Ladder, although I don't recommend a bunch of stuff that comes out of India as of late.
It was Snakes and Ladders, right?
Yeah. Snakes and Ladders, and it basically like taught you like virtues of life and how to avoid certain pitfalls. And it was like an allegory for, you know what I'm saying? Like how to walk the narrow path of like, righteousness, if you will.
I don't know if you can really find this as easily anymore because, everything's woke now. They're literally making woke reprints of certain things, but it's really invaluable if you can get your hands on old copies of books. Because you telling that, you talking about that just now, True Hype, it reminded me of a moment in childhood. I actually did have a book, a really thick book when I was a kid. I used to read this a lot. It was like the original fairy tales of it was just a bunch of old fairy tales. And I know that the Disney version of things were nothing like the book that I had. And not nothing, but there were just elements that were vastly different. Let's put it that way, right? Because they think story, but they take some stuff out and soften it.
Even the joints that were the cartoons that were made prior to like probably the 50s or whatever, they went hard, man. Especially on certain different groups and demographics or whatever. They did not shy away from certain stereotypes.
I know. Even literature
for all the groups.
Scientific literature from like pre-1900s is essentially off limits nowadays because they had a lot of insight. This is why like brief false law and all that it's unheard of knowledge at this point because they were making insights that are just not allowed to be made in polite society today. But I want to finish this clip because we are in class, y'all. Let's get back. We got to be good students. We're going to learn African philosophy.
I was studenthood.
We're black. We have to learn how to be African because we're black.
Hey,
further
I
that
took
the
the short
problem with
bus into
both
school hood. You know, I was a
ethnophilosophy and
bad kid, man.
philosophical
You guys,
sagacity
I
is that there is surely an important distinction between philosophy and the history of ideas, although other philosophers consider the two topics to be remarkably similar. Okolo, 1990. The argument is that no matter how interesting the beliefs of a people such as the Akan or the Yoruba may be to the philosopher, they remain beliefs, not philosophy. To call them philosophy is to use a secondary sense of that term, such as in, my philosophy is live and let live. 3.3. Professional philosophy. Professional philosophy is usually identified as that produced by African philosophers trained in the Western philosophical tradition that embraces a universal view of the methods and concerns of philosophy. Those philosophers identified in this category often explicitly reject the assumptions of ethnophilosophy and adopt a universalist worldview of philosophy that requires all philosophy to be accessible and applicable to all peoples and cultures in the world. Professional philosophy insists that ethnophilosophy does not possess the ability to be critical, which is the most important characteristic of philosophy. To them, artifacts of ethnophilosophy, myths, proverbs, folklores, and indeed all the artifacts of ethnophilosophy are not criticized, that even if they
So ethnophilosophy is basically what he calls your people's collection of myths, proverbs, and folklores, right? Which is essentially your culture at its essence, right? That's what he's calling ethnophilosophy, which is not quite a philosophy at all, if we're being honest.
So wouldn't Socrates be ethnophilosophy for the Greeks? I mean,
No. I'll tell you why, though. I mean, I'm not just shutting down blankly. I'm gonna tell you why, because nothing philosophy talks about is pure to just being Greek. He's talking about being a man in the most broad universal sense, I think. Like quote Socrates in any way if you want, right? I mean, let's bring up some Socrates quotes to go down the line here. Let's see. I'm gonna type it in.
Oh, bring up something from when he swallowed the poison at the end of his life. Yo, I'm sorry, man. Like, yo, that's kind of gangster, man.
Yeah, it's like he took some hemlock because he said some things that pissed off the local ruling class, and then because he pissed off the ruling class, he said, "I'm standing on my shit," and he ate the hemlock and he died. Gangster shit.
Yeah, him and Seneca.
Hey, but he described as he was dying, like all the events, and
Right.
I think they called it poisoning the minds of the youth. I think that's what they charged him with.
Right, because he was essentially speaking against the rulership class in some way. Let me show you this right now, just to prove a point real quick, Mr. O. The only true wisdom is in knowing you know nothing. The unexamined life is not worth living. To know is to know that you know nothing. That is the meaning of true knowledge. I am the wisest man alive, for I know one thing, and that is I know nothing. Wisdom begins in wonder. Let me read some more. It is better to change. Oh, shoot. I did not mean to do that. It is better to change an opinion than to persist in a wrong one. To find yourself, think for yourself. The mind is everything. What you think, you become. Be as you wish to seem. The greatest way to live with honor in this world is to be what we pretend to be. That is deep. Fake it till you make it, even if you don't make it. That's gangster. It is better to change. No, I'm sorry. The secret of change is to focus all of your energy not on fighting the old, but on building the new.
That's some base shit. That's some straight base shit.
The shortest and surest way to live with honor in the world is to be in reality what we appear to be. That's the repetition of the last line. We can do nothing without the body. Let us always take care that it is in the best condition to sustain us. No man has the right to be an amateur in the matter of physical training, right? Nobody has the right to be fat.
Yeah,
it is a shame.
I mean, not only was he a philosopher, he was a wrestler too.
Yeah, he physical culture, bro. The body and the mind. It is a shame for a man to grow old without seeing the beauty and strength of which his body is capable. Like I could read this on and on, but the point I wanted to make to you in terms of like ethno-philosophy, because you accuse Socrates of being, ethno-philosophical. No, he was being philosophical in the broadest sense possible, which is what I'm looking for when we talk about African philosophy. Like, for example, let me show you this real quick. Let's play this to kind of counter what we're talking about.
Logic is not always logical. Let me explain. Consider the statement, all ravens are black. Logically speaking, the statement, all ravens are black, is equivalent to the statement, all non-black objects are non-raven. This means every time I find evidence for the second statement, I'm confirming the first. The paradox comes into play when we consider how anything that is a non-black object, like a red apple, is somehow confirming the statement, all ravens are black. But intuitively, you know this can't be true, and yet it's logically sound. In African studies, this paradox is used to demonstrate how Western concept is not always the sole path to truth and knowledge.
You see how that it's almost an oppositional thing. In African studies, we use this to show how Western knowledge is not always the path. And he uses some nonsensical thing about ravens being black and not everything that's black is not a raven or some goofy like that. This is almost a bastardization of logic for the sake of dunking on Westernism.
What if I told you logic is not always logical? Let me explain. Consider the statement, all ravens are black.
And again, I'm showing you this because I'm talking about like ethno-mathematics, right? I mean, ethno-logic, right? This is like
ethno-mathematics.
No, that's a whole other dude. That's some other bullshit.
Let's not go there. Let's not go there.
Never cross the streams. Never cross the streams. But no, I'm just pointing out that there is an ethno-logic, and I don't think Plato could be accused of that. That's all I'm trying to show you.
Logically speaking, the statement, all ravens are black, is equivalent to the statement, all non-black objects are non-raven. This means every time I find evidence for the second statement, I'm confirming the first. The paradox comes into play when we consider how anything that is a non-black object, like a red apple, is somehow confirming the statement, all ravens are black. But intuitively, you know this can't be true, and yet it's logically sound. In African studies, this paradox is used to demonstrate how Western concept is not always the sole path to truth and knowledge. African ways of thought emphasizes holistic approaches, interconnectedness, and different modes of reasoning. One remarkable example is Ethiopia, a nation with a rich cultural heritage. To learn more, visit www.ul.org.
Notice he didn't give us an example of Ethiopian philosophy. He just said one example is Ethiopia. Like, okay, what's the example? Ethiopia is a country. It's not a philosophy, right? This is like little tricks you learn in a spot game when people are trying to hustle you into a belief that's not worth believing.
Hey, but you know what? This is
like my mother came home one day. She was like, I came with this new formula. Well, 1 + 1 should equal 3. I was like, okay, where you going? And she was like, yeah, if a man and woman to get together, then that should equal 3 at some point. It was like, no. That's not hitting, bro. Like,
no, because 1 + 1, when a man and woman gets together, 1 + 1 makes 1, and then it makes 3 at the same time. So your mom didn't complete the contradictory equation. 1 + 1 makes 1 and 3 simultaneously.
And my mom would admit that she's not good at math.
No, I know, but it was a philosophical thing she got stuck on, and it wasn't mathematical at all. That's kind of the funny part about it.
Right. She tried, because she's not good at math, and she'll admit that. And then she tried to hit me with a person who respects math very much, try to hit me with that. Like, that's not how it works. Like, in order for there to be a 3, there has to be another 1 somewhere. There has to be resources. Like, you can't just put 2 people together and a third person drops out of nowhere. Like, nah, like they need substance and resources to maintain themselves and the third one. That's how it works. Like,
this is why esoteric knowledge is kind of trained. It's taught in a training that takes a long amount of time, because like for a lot of people, it takes a certain level of like knowledge built on another level of knowledge, built on another level of knowledge to really understand things. Because you can really get distracted by 1 + 1 makes 1, but 1 + 1 makes 3. You know. This is why, like in Christianity, the Holy Trinity is such a confusing, controversial topic, because the Holy Trinity is another example of 1 + 1 is 1, but 1 + 1 is 3. Something like that, because it's a Trinity where the 3 is 1, but the 1 is 3 individually, right?
Well, it's three different representation of the one, but
Right.
yeah, there's so much going on here in this video that it's hard for me to follow, man. My mind just wants to like veer off because it doesn't really make any sense.
Yeah, bro lost me. That's why I went to another subject, because he's talking nonsense. Like, I don't even know what he's trying to get at. I get he's trying
That
to
was
say
part
that
of the point.
there's
That was
flaws. His intent was to say that Western philosophy is flawed, but his example was like, "Nah, you lost, bro. Like
well,
you
he
just
literally said
saying whatever."
ravens are black, but everything that's black is not a raven or something, and then therefore try to use that to poke a hole in Western logic. It was a very weak play.
Hey, that's Enigma, right?
Yeah, that's me.
Hey, man, like, dog, man, like, it's no different when you get on these panels, man, and people say this goofy stuff. They like, for example, right? Like, you'll bring up stats, and they'll be like, "Oh, you can't trust stats." Then they'll bring up some stats to confirm their thing. I'm like, "Whoa, hold on."
Right.
Thought you couldn't trust stats. Why are you bringing up stats?
Oh well, like the things Hood was doing with Witch Doctor is that they had an exceptional example, and because they had that exceptional example exists, and that means that the whole is not that bad, right? Because of a small minority of hoodlums make it out and make something of themselves, then that means that the hood environment is not bad because it produces some good people, even though it's not the norm.
Well,
But with
it depends on.
because some people make it out, it's all right. It's a good place.
Yeah, but it depends on who you talk to. Well, excuse me, it depends on what day you talk to that same person. Because the same person to be the other day will tell you how it's all jacked up. You know what I'm saying?
Right. That was my point too, and I was throwing that in their face. Like, I listened to the words that you use to describe the hood. You talk about it like a war zone, like you survive a battlefield, you survive cancer. You're not supposed to survive childhood. Like, talking about surviving the place where you grew up kind of describes it as a battle, like as a cancer that you survive. Like, when you use these words, it paints a picture. But then when I show you the picture that you painted accidentally, you deny your work.
Right. Like, no, that's not what I meant. Like, you try to make it seem like no, bro, this is what you said.
Yeah, your
No, you make it.
vocabulary betrays you. Thank you. That's a very good way to put it. And this is maybe a problem of mine. I listen to the vocabulary as I listen to the words and the intent. I put it all together and I try to extract the truth out of it that might be different from what you want me to hear.
Hey, Hood, if it makes you feel any better, man, Pat Benatar said love is a battlefield.
Which is why I'm afraid of love as an abstract concept. What is love? Baby, don't hurt me. All right. I'm not really going. It is a battlefield. I've been there. I survived love. God damn it. I have survived love. And I'll be up here trying to tell these young cadets and these young recruits and shit. Listen, you might lose a hand. You might lose a kid, God damn it. But you will fight on. You will fight on and you will never win. Like, the way we talk about these things, it really is hilarious sometimes. And you just got to learn to be a little bit more lighthearted about it. But it really is like the language does betray you. Your vocabulary gives it away. When we talk as men, we describe love as things that weaken you as a person. Love makes you crazy. You're lovesick. Things like that. Like love as a male, it tends to weaken what we consider us as men, right? But that doesn't stop us from pursuing love. So it's just a reality we should just embrace honestly instead of being coy about this shit is all I'm saying.
Oh, hey, when you said that, man, you just reminded me of that part of the Tucker Carlson interview where he's talking to Nick Fuentes, and and he was talking about like, oh, it's a good thing, like about the women. Like,
right. Yeah.
I'm
Women
like,
are crazy and retarded, but that's okay. I'm like, wait, why? What do you mean?
Man, did we trust them with the youth? Like in family court? Like, yeah, it's all right. I mean, they're crazy the most, but We should trust them to raise the next generation alone, unsupervised, without any accountability. It's all right. What's going wrong?
No,
Nah,
but
it's just
I see
funny.
I see these videos myself, man. I see the videos, and like there's a growing number of women that are getting burnt out, and even like leaving the kid alone or whatever because they be like, oh, it ain't worth it. I just I'd rather just drop them off with dad and give up my rights. And then they burnt out and they tired and all this other stuff and kids ain't well behaved. It's just man, it's crazy, man.
Yeah. I mean, they did a study on this, right? There was a study done about single moms and how you raise kids and yada yada yada. It's impossible to raise a kid being a single mom. Impossible. In the fact that your outcomes are going to be trash, and the mom can never get enough rest ever.
You know what? Because I'm petty like this, I want to share something with you guys. We got Uncut Underground in the chat. And Uncut Underground, one of your big giant like manosphere reverberating talking points had to do with the idea of SBE. All right. Dun dun dun. Like we're talking about SBE right now, god damn it. Shame works, nigga. I refuse to back down on shaming just for the point of shaming. I understand what you're attempting to say. Shame without power, it tends to come off a little bit impotent. I know what you mean, and there's a limit to how there's a craft and there's an art to it. As a content creator, it's sort of like rules for radicals. You should only pursue a tactic until it stops being fun, that kind of thing. You can only go so far with some things, right? But let me point something out to you, right? As a creature, as a human, living, breathing individual, women are uniquely and acutely vulnerable to shame in a way that men will never really understand, generally speaking. Therefore, what I posit to you is that unlike men who almost thrive on being hated, like as a man, you can live being hated. You can extract almost extreme motivation as a man, knowing that you are hated by this people or that people. It will be the light that guides you, right? It will be, what was that line? I remember a long time ago, 90210. What was that guy, Dylan? He said something I never forget. May the bridges I burn light my fire. I remember I heard that. I was like, yeah, nigga.
That's dope, man.
Yeah. What quote? What quote?
About he said, I don't care about y'all your cheers. It was some hold on.
Oh no, I said your booze. No, your booze mean nothing to me. I know what makes you cheer. Yeah, that was what's his name? Rick and Morty. Yeah, Rick is a beast, bro. Rick is he's my spirit animal. I love Rick. But
I just got into Rick and Morty though, man. So I know I'm taking a whole bunch of arrows right now. I just got into Rick and Morty. I smoke a whole bunch of bud to watch this shit because this shit happy roll.
But no, the thing is,
bro.
Well,
hey,
yes,
Hood,
welcome
50 Cent
to the club.
got a bunch of one-liners, man. Like one of them is like, "Hey, I need you to hate. I need your energy."
Yeah, and this is what I mean. Like men can almost live off of hate as a type of social nourishment that women just have very little access to. And let me show you.
Yeah, that is true.
What you apply by that? I missed a whole bunch. I just came back. What do you mean by that?
So many of the comments.
Just listen, bro. This is Bobby Althoff, right? Remember the big scandal with her was she left her husband to go sleep with Drake allegedly and start her little social career. So listen, just listen.
Today I posted a video of me and my boyfriend, and so many of the comments every single time I post him, which we've been together for a year, but without fail, every single time I post him, all of the comments are about how I'm ran through, and oh look, another one, or he probably doesn't know how ran through she is, or just mean things. And and if I post any video truly in general, the amount of hate comments I get are just like unreal. And I think it's because I have a lot of men following me, and they just have so much to say. They have so many mean things to say. As much as I wish that these comments didn't get to me, it's like, I'm human, and if you got this many negative things said about you every day, it would get to you too. And I don't even know what the point of. I don't want sympathy from people. I'm saying this because I hope if you're one of the people who hate me, maybe you'll watch this and reconsider it. And maybe that's asking for too much. Maybe that's an impossible ask, but it's like, I, as a people pleaser, having so many people be so mean to me online every day is so frustrating, and it's just, I wish I didn't care, but I've definitely stopped posting as much because all of my comments are just so
Shut
mean.
up,
People are
bitch.
so mean to me on the internet, and it's like, what? Because they say I sleep with every guest, and it's like, literally I do not, but you won't ever believe that. And maybe if I were ugly, you would not even say that, because I tried to tell myself those don't matter, but it's like, then I'm a horrible mother, and it's like, I am such a good mother. Anyone who knows me in real life knows I'm an amazing mother, and my kids,
we don't believe
I care so
Bro.
much about, and that's the
Pause.
part of it.
Pause.
Wait, hold on.
Amazing.
Come on. I was eating this shame like a bowl of ice cream right now. You guys are you messing up a meal right now. This is
Hey,
like
I'm sorry. Hey, look,
undeniable, bro.
savor it. You need to savor it in pieces because, my heart is like 3 times its size right now. This
Yeah,
is
you gotta chew.
exactly I love this. This is like
This is
like
good.
something that's just delicious. Like just.
I take my feminist tears with with some honey and a hint of mint. You know what I'm saying? That's how I take my feminist tears.
Delicious. This is like it's like hot chicken from Nashville. I mean, I
haven't had
Nashville hot chicken.
I need to
Oh,
go
really,
try
Hood?
some Dave's hot chicken. I need to get some. They don't have no Dave's. I mean, they do, but I haven't had it yet.
Oh, bro.
I don't know where this hot. Where did this hot chicken from Nashville come from? When did Nashville become known for like spiciness, like hot?
I don't know. It just
Hey,
popped
Enigma.
up.
Hey, Enigma. Like allegedly, the original one was Princess Hot
Yeah,
Chicken.
Princess.
The chick was I guess her husband was cheating, so he's a philanderer. So she
Mhm.
tried to make some like spicy food. He ended up
Nigga
liking it.
messed up the chicken business, guy, just like a nigga.
So she ended, I guess she ended up leaving him, and then
Of course she did.
made the chicken. It's kind of a wild story, man. But like the way they tell it, man, you be like, oh damn.
No, because I'm from Tennessee, and I grew up all the way up to adulthood. Nobody seen anything about spicy food from Nashville. All of a sudden, Nashville hot, and this shit is.
All right, hold on. We getting
I ain't want to derail. I ain't want to derail.
We getting totally sidetracked by chicken. That African gene is poking its way out. No, we got to get back to the hate. We're supposed to be enjoying a plate of shame. All right, we got to stay on mission. She's giving us her shame, and we have to enjoy it. This is why she does what she does.
Yes.
This is why I say the real niggas believe in justice, and that's what she's getting. She's getting justice, and I love it. That's my guilty pleasure is watching women get justice. I
don't even know if we can call it justice in any proper sense of the word, because like social justice isn't real justice, but this is a weird form of social justice in a way. Like the way that liberals use it, this is how I use social justice, right? Like you did something really egregious. You did something socially egregious, and now the public hates you.
That's justice. Social justice would be the community around, like she would still be getting praised for all this, and then she's going through this, and all of a sudden she gets $50,000 from GoFundMe out of sorrow. That would be social justice. Justice is you made bad decisions, and now you have to lie in the bed that you made lie in the bed of bad decisions that you have made, and you have to suffer through it. Like you got to hustle out of that hole. So
I don't know. I don't know. We're gonna have to agree to disagree. I feel like this is.
No, I'm talking about raw justice. Raw justice. No adjectives, just justice.
Yeah, this is the verbatim, literal definition of social justice, right? But go ahead, somebody else is jumping in there.
This is cosmic, man. This is cosmic justice.
Like you wanted to be a hoe, and now you having hoe consequences. And I love it.
I'm gonna let it play some more.
They sound like the Ludacris song now, boy, from the 2000s.
That really gets me is like one day my kids are gonna be old enough to read these comments, and it's just like I wish people weren't so mean.
Oh.
I'm grateful for this job because I make a lot of money to post myself on the internet to film videos, and it has given me and my kids a really great life. But sometimes it's like especially hard like on Sundays. I don't have my kids. They're with their dad. And I get to sit here and I read comments and I shouldn't. It's so hurtful. And so many people are so angry. They're so angry that I am not with my ex anymore. And he's in a happy relationship. Why can't I be in one too? And yeah, our relationship didn't work out. Like, newsflash, you guys. I was 21 when I met him on Bumble, and 10 months after knowing him, I was pregnant with our daughter. And he gave me the two best things in my life, and I will forever be grateful for that. But when I met him, I was 21. He was 30. Look at 21-year-olds now, and I'm like, you're so young. You're so young. Like, how
here we go.
Old enough to be so grown. Anyway,
well,
what you trying to say? Her front low one developed yet?
embarrassing, I guess. Like,
Hey, where dirty folks at?
embarrassed by all of the comments because it's just like, I don't know why people are so mean. I mean, I do, but it's just like, I wish it would stop. But I don't know how to make it stop. Some people post and their comments are so nice, and people are so nice about them, but it's like, gonna stop. You people are so fucking mean to me under anything I post, and it's like, why? Literally,
Where are the tears?
Why do you guys hate me so much? I don't get it. I don't know what I did to deserve that. It's just frustrating.
It's like Keisha crying. Ain't no real tears.
You broke up.
Yeah, exactly. So I that's why I don't believe this is real. I think this is WWE promoing, but
it's real. It's real.
She's working the mic for the pay piggies. Like, oh, Coy, don't worry. What do you need? Just send me $1.
No, y'all don't understand. This is 100% real. So check this out. She may not be sad about it for herself, but this is gonna hurt her dollars or whatever. If she has negative engagement, companies that reach out to her to be an influencer or whatever, that's gonna hurt her career long term, right? Because it's only gonna be down from here.
Correct. Brands are not going to want to be around a woman who is constantly being called a hoe and a home wrecker and the chick who broke up her family. That what he's saying is 100% accurate. I mean,
I don't know about that.
Stop. You might get some views money, but you think views money is the money? It's not unless you're one of these accounts that's like some family show that's getting 10 million views a hit. No, somebody with 30,000 views, even 80,000 views, it is the sponsorships that are making them money, right? It is not 80,000 views. It's not.
Yeah, you're right.
Only people making money are the ones with millions of views. That's it.
Right, but how is she sponsored?
Oh, because she was a lightning rod and she did brand deals. She was like a mommy influencer at first.
Man,
What she didn't say on the video is that she lost sponsors.
Yo, one is the same chick. Now, correct me if I'm wrong. Well, did she blow up for basically putting her so-called husband on blast somehow to make more money because she's hungry, and then went and take a whole vacation, like an $8,000 like some shit she went to go viral? This is the same bitch.
Maybe.
Yeah, I can't confirm that,
She look
but
close.
probably
She favors her.
Oh, I just wanted to take that brief detour to make a quick point while I had Uncut Underground's attention. All right, let's finish this class. Yeah, we keep cutting out on this stupid African philosophy class, man.
Entail wisdom. Such wisdom is not philosophic in nature. It is emphasized by a member of the group that it is the philosophical texts, that is, writings of these professionally trained philosophers that can only qualify as African philosophy. African philosophy equals African literature, that is, the whole of philosophical texts produced by Africans. 3.4.
What African literature exists? I'm curious though.
Book of the Dead.
Nigga, shut the fuck.
Nationalist and ideological philosophy. Nationalist and ideological philosophy might be considered a special case of philosophic sagacity, in which not sages but ideologues are the subjects. Alternatively, it has been considered as a subcategory of professional political philosophy. In either case, the same sort of problem arises with retaining a distinction between ideology and philosophy, and also between sets of ideas and a special way of reasoning. Examples include Nyerere's Ujamaa, Senghor's Negritude, Nkrumahism, etc. 3.5. The hermeneutic philosophy. This is a philosophical current which insists that philosophy in Africa should be hermeneutic in nature. Hermeneutics is a theory and method of interpretation, especially the interpretation of philosophical texts. This current was suggested by a Nigerian philosopher, Theophilus Okere, 1983.
Are you really an African philosopher if your name is Theophilus?
Man, I was just thinking that, man. I was like, man, where'd that come from, man?
I don't know. That was extra petty. I mean, at times I find myself at my pettiest, and maybe this is one of those times, but I feel like the fact that your name is Theophilus, bro, we can't call you an African philosopher. Clearly, you've been influenced by the white man.
I was
Man,
more focused
Theophilus,
on
man.
them being 1983. Like I don't think any 80s baby can qualify as a philosopher.
That's what I'm saying.
You know?
Like nothing before 1965 or whatever. Like before even, and that was like the anti-colonial effort in the 60s. But like, did African philosophy start when the white man started bringing typewriters to Africa?
Oh,
What? That's not what too real.
Too soon,
After
man.
which
Too
other
soon.
philosophers like Sene Saraqueberhan took the challenge. Makumba, 2007. This philosopher does not want to be engaged in the debate like what ensued between the ethno-philosophers and the professional philosophers. To this current, myths, folklores, proverbs, etc. are no philosophy. Philosophy is and will remain a conscious effort of a critical individual. However, the non-philosophy could form the philosophy of any race. It is from non-philosophy that philosophy arise. Ogajiofo, 2001.
Whoa.
See all these young dates, man. Like nothing they say has withstood the test of time. You know what I'm saying? Like we read the Socrates. You know.
You ain't hear the game in that though? I heard game, bro. He said it is from non-philosophy that philosophy arises, bro. That's
No.
Hey, Hood,
right there, bro.
Hood, I dare you to send these cats an email, man. Like a paragraph. I dare you.
Yo, you gonna get me assassinated at Spirit.
He just used the provocative statement formula where you say so and then just contradict it. Like the best way to fight is to not fight at all. Like that's on that tip, bro. It's like in order to be
Black American ever on this continent to die by spears and shit, bro.
in order to enjoy being satiated, you must go hungry or some jazz like that.
Hey, nah, that's Sun Tzu right there, man. That's Sun Tzu. What you talking about, man?
Sun Zulu.
I just made that up. Like me and my nerdish friends did this one day where we was just coming up with provocative things that just contradicted each other, and there was some gems that came out of it.
Yeah,
like we were just making it on the fly. Like in order to be rich, you must go through a period of being broke and all that kind of stuff like that. It's not shocking to me.
Hey, that kind of stuff, man, really, really used to work on the women, man. I tell you what.
Like in order to know how to be pretty, you gotta know what it's like to be ugly for a while. Like come on, bro. This ain't groundbreaking, bro. Trust me. It's
Deep
not.
game right here, bro. Like, come on, man. How are we Native Americans? I can tell these are our roots right here, bro. These are our philosophical game roots right here, my nigga.
However, the non-philosophy could form the philosophy of any race. It is from non-philosophy that philosophy arise. Ogageofor, 2001.
Yeah, that's
The emergence
man,
of
that sound like a
philosophy
bar
from
from
non-philosophy is made
KIS1.
possible through the process of hermeneutics, which is interpretation. Thus, philosophy arises from non-philosophy when philosophers reflect on symbols of culture like myth, folklore, and proverbs of the people and interpret them critically. It is therefore correct to say,
Whoa, I just thought of something, bro. What if, and hear me out, don't everybody attack me at once. I know I'm getting crazy, right? What if African philosophy is just paleo game? I know, right? Think about it.
I'm not mad at your theory.
Think about
No,
it.
no. What if African philosophy is like to paleo game as hip hop and rap music was to music in America?
No,
It's just chopped up and remixed, and you know.
think about it. No, it's paleo game, right? In the sense that if we were like back in the day, like say this was like not even 10,000, say this was 25,000 BC, right? And a nigga hit us with these bars, bro, we would join his church. We would follow him across the cliff. We would be a part of his army. This is how this is probably how Thulsa Doom and Conan got his people. He had that paleo game, bro. Straight from the motherland.
I think it's probably more the delivery, man, and the voice.
Not me, bro. One's a syntax error, and the spell is broken with me. Like
The
like
emperor
the
has
black
no
like saying
clothes.
like saying that women is god, like not goddesses. Nah, I'm not doing this, bro. I'm out. It's not even good English.
Darkimedes is crazy.
that the culture of Africa is of some relevance in the emergence of African philosophy. 3.6 Literary/artistic philosophy. Literary and artistic philosophers recognize that there are some African literary scholars whose writings reflects philosophical issues in their essays. These scholars are seen to be critical of the African condition in their works, and they try to point out what existence entails in an ideal African situation. Scholars like Achebe, Soyinka, Okotpebtek, and others are therefore recognized as being philosophical. 3.4 The historical trend. This idea was initiated by Ogageofor, 2000. He contends that the idea of philosophy has been in existence in Africa even before the development of the Greek philosophy.
Notice that all of these people who are thinking and writing about African philosophy are doing it like post 1990. Or 1980 rather. There's no historical African thought. And this is what I've been kind of getting at for the last 3 hours, bro. The concept of African thought is almost in and of itself a creation of modernity.
I mean, they got the written word now, man. Leave them alone, hood.
Right. Because now to get back to what I said at the very, very opening of the show, as Black Americans, we are uniquely the owners of the destiny of Western culture, in that we were here on day one at the birth of a prominent Western nation, right? We, more than any other, uniquely more than any other Black people around the world, are children of the West. We are not children of Africa. None of this shit makes sense to us as Black Americans. This is all primitive hoodoo magic talk. And I'm happy that it's like that. I'm happy to not have to work my way out of primitive hoodoo magic talk. Thank you for having worked that shit out for me before I got here.
The argument then is that it is the African philosophy, through the Egyptian connection, that influenced the emergence of philosophy in Greece. The implication of this argument, therefore, is that there would not have been what is called geek philosophy today if African philosophy did not exist. Greek philosophy to them is nothing but child of Egyptian philosophy, which is African. Moreover, we can identify the influence of the Egyptian philosophy on Greek philosophy in two ways. First is from the point of the military invasion of Egypt by the Greeks, during which the Egyptians were conquered. At this time, all the works of the Egyptian philosophers were appropriated to themselves. The second has to do with the view that the people who we today refer to as Greek philosophers only repeated what they learned at the feet of the great Egyptian philosophers who taught them. More so that Greek philosophers like Pythagoras, Aristotle, and some others were trained in Egypt.
All true, by the way. No contradiction from me here.
4.0. Conclusion. The contention of whether there is African philosophy or not has been laid to rest, given the various African philosophers' views that have expounded in this unit. Although some positions may be contestable, however, given the level of the growth of African philosophy and its waves, in the contemporary time, the philosophy is assuming the same status with the Western philosophy. 5.0. Summary. To get the best of this unit, you may need to repay it again. Also drop a comment on the comment section stating the important lesson learned.
All hood, they talk about the wave, man, Max B.
So, boys and girls, have you learned anything about African philosophy? Do you feel wiser? Do you feel more African? Any comments? Anything about African philosophy you took away from this video?
If I'm older than your philosophy, then you probably don't have a philosophy, bro.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I was kind of thinking something along those lines. Like, how come none of your philosophies are older than me? Like, I've been thinking about life longer than you've had a quote philosophy. That's crazy. Like, I've been having actual living and breathing thoughts longer than you've had a philosophy. That's interesting. Very interesting.
Yeah.
USA, you know. Isn't it good to be a Black American? Is there nothing quite like being one of us?
I agree with you because we have the resources to rule the rest of the niggas, the rest of the Pan Africans, or whatever they want to, or whatever they call it. Because we have the technology, and if we want to, we can have the knowledge to use the technology, and we can go head on over to Liberia and get this shit started.
Hold on, let me see. Let's
Liberians even consider themselves one of us anymore? I mean, it's sure enough they came from here, but do they even consider themselves
no. Technically, because the United States didn't like make it an official like colony or whatever, they just gave niggas some money and was like, "Don't come back." So we don't really have that, but I do think we have some type of weird contractual situation with Liberia where like they're connected to us. You know, they're probably a protectorate in some weird way, but we don't have any official ownership.
And one more question before we continue. Well, regarding Liberia, could we consider them free? Can we call them FBA, foundational Black Africans now? I mean,
Black in the American usage of the word, perhaps, yeah. But again, just like we're no longer African, they're no longer American either, though. So,
ain't that ironic? Damn.
It is ironic. Liberia is one of the younger countries in Africa, but I know actually Liberia might be older than because they had colonization first, so they were colonies, but they were still countries. So yeah, Liberia might be younger than other countries, but I don't know. I gotta confirm those numbers. Let me run this last video first, and we're gonna get up out of here.
Far away from the confines of reasoning you are accustomed to, far from the pillars of Western logic you've grown familiar with. Picture yourself lost under the stretched African night sky, filled with alien constellations, each beaming down upon you and beckoning you towards an unfamiliar yet fascinating journey. That's Ezumezu, an indigenous system of
Ezumezu. All right, write this down. Right, there might be a test later. You never know.
yet fascinating journey. That's Ezumezu, an indigenous system of African logic for you, written out in cryptic symbols containing depths of wisdom about the human mind, human dynamics, human interrelations, all waiting to be explored. Far from the
Remember, I'm the guy that proposed the AI Segregation Act of 2025. We got to get niggas away from AI, bro, because this shit is going to get terrible.
bustling torrents of our increasingly tech-driven reality lies a world that breathes a different air. Africa, the birthplace of humankind, the cradle of ancient civilization and traditions. It is within this realm, deeply rooted in the rich, fertile soil of human civilization, do we begin our exploration into an intellectual heritage that has weathered the storms of history. Ezumezu, much like swirling inks of intuition, morphing into meaningful patterns, forming words upon the vast parchment of existence.
Bro, this is pure game. This is like pimp shit. Like, if I was to say these words in like a nightclub under the right light with some drinks, you know, maybe a light jazz band playing off in the distance somewhere, like, I'm gonna get me some dreadlock coochie.
It's a past echoing through time, solidifying into wisdom over centuries of human experience. A system of values.
Wait, let me try this. I gotta try this without laughing. This nigga straight spin game. Like, I don't know what the fuck I'm listening to. Hold on, what did he just say?
Over. It's a past echoing through time, solidifying into wisdom.
It's a past echoing through time, solidifying into wisdom.
No. No, never to hear you.
Nigga, if you don't mute up talking to your kids, what the hell?
I'm telling you, you doing this deep heavy breathing talking to me. No, I'm not doing this. No.
Oh, he said he ain't going, hood.
Whisper in my ear. You better. I'm wearing headphones.
He said I ain't going.
No, I'm not using this.
This nigga, what is this poetic bullshit?
Hey, hood, just think Black Panther, man, and go from there, man. You can make some of this up, man.
I could. I'm saying this nigga's spin
Wall.
digital AI game right now, bro.
Nigga, look at this wall. Do y'all know anything about construction?
Oh man,
he is hanging that level against that jacked up.
I wasn't even paying him no mind. That nigga was literally wallpaper. Don't make me look, bro.
Yo, that's wild. Yo, man, like
special ed wall.
Look, man, yo, like all the masonry work is terrible,
bro.
I wasn't even supposed to look. I was getting caught up in the game and the energy in the moment. Let me take another drink. I don't want to look at the wall. I gotta take a drink and focus on the game. You're making me get into reality and shit.
See, hood, you want them cats to just listen to the beat, don't you?
I wanted to. Shit, hold up. I was trying to recite some poetry. Hold up. Like, listen, you niggas don't listen. I act like I'm talking to Carmen right now. You niggas stop listening. Hold on, I'm trying something right now.
Over centuries of human experience, a system of values embedded in the mindscape of
a system of values embedded in your mindscape.
Countless generations crystallizing
into one vast, endless African orgasm. This nigga is spitting game, and he act like I don't know what I'm hearing. All I'm saying is he just got a weird voice. He's not really trying, but he's trying though.
A meticulous method of cognition and interpretation, sprouting out of the interaction between men, nature, and the multitudes of
sprouting out between the interactions between men, nature, and the multitudes of this skinny ass nigga. This nigga is like a ghost. Hold up. He's the same size as the hoe. Why is he the same size as the goddamn hoe?
They starving over there. B. You got about Sally Struthers in them, man. Remember Sally Struthers had them little boys with the fly stuck on them and everything they couldn't eat? I think he grew up to be him.
This is not what a farmer supposed to look like. God damn it.
Yeah, but man, like Sally was the biggest thing in that country, man. It's crazy.
Oh shit. This nigga just knocked me off my game. This is not what a farmer supposed to look like. That nigga arms and legs is the exact width of the goddamn hoe. This don't make no sense, bro. I can't say. Yo, what is going on
Hey,
here?
to be fair, I think his BMI is supposed to be this actual size, based on white people numbers. This is
That
supposed
nigga-
to be the BMI.
Nah, he probably under.
As a negative number, bro.
Yeah, he probably under, man. Like his BMI is probably 30 pounds under.
Yeah, that nigga owes some fat to the game, bro. That nigga shit in the negative.
Existence. The first scribes, the historians, cemented the ink.
Yeah,
of
man, he had a Snoop
Izumizu
Dogg white beater
wisdom
on.
parchment and minds alike. The notable African philosopher J. Chimakonam grasped the torch from ancient hands.
What do you think these girls studied? I'm just curious. This one girl, oh no, that's a different hand. I'm about to say she got 2 degrees. What do you think they studied? I'm just curious. Like, what type of African philosopher diplomas did they get?
Well, I mean, if they're from a continent, man, they're probably studying like economics or like some kind of diplomacy thing or something like that, like to be a diplomat or something.
Diplomacy.
Gender studies.
I like that. Freeman's Journal. That's what you say they become nurses, right?
Yeah, and they apply for visas and try to get to America.
And then they work for old white people and beat them up in their sleep.
Channeling the essence of long-standing beliefs and their cognitive processing through the ages into a cohesive analytical system. Evolution penned in script and discussed in scholarly circles through dry seasons and celebrating rainy ones alike, and coloring the intellectual realm through centuries of vicissitude. Ezumezu, a
Centuries of vicissitude. This nigga goes on for 11 minutes like this. What the hell? Listen, all I wanted was a little bit of knowledge about African philosophy, and all I keep getting is game with an African accent, bro. I really resent these people. You people.
cultural intellectual inheritance, echoing through lineages marked by whispering sands of time and space, pulses dynamically within the modern African heart, bridging the ancient with the present, ready to kindle a future ablaze with its.
I bet you Africans ate this video up. I want to see how many views this shit.
Hey, whispering sayings, man, yo, that's like that's something that I would have heard like on the prologue for Prince of Persia, man, the video game.
This shit is so lame. I can't no more. I just can't anymore. I'm trying to find African culture, bro. I'm trying. Don't ever say I'm not trying to be black, bro. I'm like a nerd though. I'm trying to be black, like from studies and shit. I'm trying to figure out what you niggas mean by blackness, bro. I'm trying to figure out how to be black because they say I'm not good at being black, y'all. I'm sorry.
Just listen to what Joe Biden told you, man.
Well, it's too late to vote for him. That nigga probably dead already. I don't know how else to do it.
Hey, put some hot sauce in your bag like Hillary did, man. You be fine.
I can't carry a pocketbook. I don't want to be that kind of black. That's not the kind of black. I don't think that's gonna help my situation. Damn. You know what? It actually literally would though. I'd be blacker if I was gay, technically. By the liberal woke mathematics, I would be more acceptable as a black if I were somehow a gay.
That's still being black though. You forgot.
What are you willing to do to be black? Huh? How far are you willing to go to be a real nigga?
What's crazy is you trying to logically approach something in a culture that doesn't like to explain themselves. Right?
I know, right? I'm trying to figure out shadow puppets and body language.
It's like trying to learn spades from your black family, bro. It's just like I thought it was just me, but they'll just make fun of you They don't tell you anything, and they expect you
bro,
just to watch and learn.
bro. And don't let you renege on your first attempt. They won't even tell you what you had just did. It happened to me when I was about 8 years old. I'll never forget that.
Exactly.
Potato.
Remember what they said earlier. Their philosophy is based on vibes, or like it's a vibe, it's a feeling. It's no rules or logic to it. You're supposed to feel your way through it, bro.
Yeah, but it's like sink or swim kind of deal, right? So it's like they just throw you in the water, and then if you don't come back, man, it wasn't meant to be. One of those kind of deals.
So
You know
being
what?
like being a Viking.
The community have this type of Sparta type of mentality. They'll send you in the woods. When you get to a certain age, they send you into the woods, and if you make it, you make it. If you don't, like, well, you see, he won one of us anyway. See,
What's what happened when you're 18? You get kicked out your mama house.
Yep.
Yeah, like you're giving all the tools.
Right, like I fed you, I watered you, I kept you out of the sunlight, I kept you from getting too cold. Now, you got all the tools, nigga. Go on, be something.
That is pretty crazy, man.
This is Sparta. Well, this is the community.
I don't like how you shitting on black culture right now, my brother. Like it's not crazy, it's black.
I mean,
man,
what is black culture?
It's a vibe, bro.
What is black culture, Hood Conservative?
Black culture is Marcus Garvey. Black culture
It's an
is
experience.
It is a collection of African proverbs.
It's that too.
It is the end game. It is a meta idiom. It's just an idiom made of other idioms, bro. You just slap it together, bro. It's gone.
Miss Jordan, you asked me at the beginning of the show, you kind of asked me what is black, what is blackness or something, and I said blackness is the endless, infinite anti-white. No, the endless, infinite unwhite.
Yo, Hood, did you see Van Lathan, the dude that was on TMZ that yelled at Kanye West? Like,
yeah, he got a podcast. I know.
Yeah, but he got a joint where you put a kufi on and tries to do a Umar impression.
Never.
Yeah, man, it's like a skit, like from the old joint from In Living Color. Yo, it's wild, man. I was like, damn, can he do this? All right, whatever.
He did it. I mean, yeah.
Hey,
Yeah,
look,
but I'm
I
saying
put that-
according to like his ideology or whatever.
All right. Hey, yo, Hood, I put that Bobby out. I knew I recognized that trick ass bitch. I knew I
Yeah,
recognized.
I saw it. I saw it. We about to get up out of here. We're gonna shut this down. I didn't even want to really make. I was literally just throwing that at fucking Uncut Underground because I know FBE was like his whole wave for a moment, and I was just quietly against it. I never really made it a thing, but I just wanted to communicate to him for a minute. You get to do that when you do a show sometimes. Sometimes you just get to pick on a nigga for a minute.
About the shame part, man. I mean, now we at a point now where women online saying having AIDS and herpes doesn't diminish your value. So, at what point do we institute some shame, bro?
No. They're
On the
trying
other
to.
hand,
They're trying to go the other way on that. So they want you not to shame them, is why they're making those statements for that stuff. Because it inherently, everybody knows that's bad. Little kids knows that's bad. Come on.
Well, on the other hand, you have a whole other concept of like the crying in my car video and what did I do with my life video and all that. And all I'm saying is that all this stuff exists in a sort of continuum. Given enough time, that'll have its appropriate effect. Like it's going to play out. Like a lot of women are going to be, more and more women are going to do the crying in my car thing because just like with Bobby Althoff, whatever her name is, really, women, generally speaking, just don't like the idea of forever, having the whole world hate them. And so as this growing male-female divide widens, more and more women are going to break.
Diminishing returns, though, Hood. What it does, what it does, it actually it cheapens women's tears, so it affects less and less over time.
It's not about those women with cheap tears. It's about the next generation who watched a generation of broken women cry about not having a husband.
No, I
It will
understand.
spike the demand in the long run.
No, I understand what you're saying, but what I'm saying is like the whole diminishing returns. As it happens, it gets less and less effective, thus not giving them the attention, and thus making the whole like if somebody cries in front of a male, they're not apt to respond like they would at one point in time.
Let's keep an eye out and see. We'll talk about this more and more as the years play out. I want to play us out with one last funny point. Anthropologist Henry Harpending spent years in Africa, but could not find a black man with a hobby. The implication is that people in farming societies, which Africa was not, were selected to want to work, even where there was no immediate necessity to do so. So, anthropologist Henry Harpending spent years in Africa and could not find a black man with a hobby. Any thoughts, y'all? Why do African men not have hobbies?
Well, there's few black men in Africa to begin with.
Damn. Also, you gotta have like some type of intelligence. I mean, it's kind of hard to actually have a hobby when you're getting chased by fucking all type of wildlife and all type of animals all damn day. I mean,
Yeah, but you got to have the leisure for the imagination part.
Yeah, well, a hobby requires wonder.
And work.
Wonder is an abstract concept.
also
unto
you
itself.
have to have the concept of time to actually know and what a hobby is.
Ooh, that's another thought, right? The stuff that I do is my wasted time, right? Let me not waste time. Let me spend this otherwise wasted time doing something that's not necessarily productive, but internally beneficial. Huh, interesting.
I mean, some of them got hobbies, right? Some of them rap.
Well, this is how old, I don't know, but
some of them run.
Hey, they also try to invent stuff that's already been invented, but they do it in such a crude manner. You'd be impressed and say, like, wow.
You know, I was trying to think, can I make that same charge with like black American men? And actually, I don't think I could. Even if I were to criticize the hobbies or whatever, like, you know, black dudes do have hobbies. You know, they can spend their free time doing a bunch of bullshit.
Yeah,
At least Xbox.
I'd have seen a man do pull-ups on stop signs and stuff like that, man.
Dead ass, bro. Like physical culture is a hobby unto itself, so I'm not even gonna deny that.
Then there's the dancing. Like I know, being a Tennessean, we got Memphis Juke. That's a thing. That's a hobby.
Yo, boy, don't even get me started, bro. I remember you reminded me. Look. Speaking of the earlier conversation and how like I'm coming from a place of intense, deep personal knowledge, talking about you don't learn a lot of useful shit in the ghetto. You got to get outside the ghetto to learn practical, non-ghetto skills, right? Long time, well, not that long ago, but long time ago, right? Story time, all right? Story time. Long time ago, back when I was, in the projects and shit, right? So I'm staying there. I had this one little crib or whatever. It was this dope team that I was staying with, because you know how that shit be, right? So when I first got in there, it was this one kid, like, and like, he was an adult, but, I'm calling him a kid because there was a huge age gap between me and him. And so anyway, this fucking kid, and he's dead now too. This is what makes it a tragic story. But like I said, I got this little one spot or whatever, and this fucking kid, he was already cool with homeboy before I even came in there. But I wound up having to, push him out because nigga was, it's too much. But I just remembered like talking to him and trying to like get gather his mind and see who, like, what was he about or whatever. Like, is he worth having around, or do I really have to get rid of him, whatever? And like I said earlier, a lot of people are just kind of slow. Sometimes I was saying this on Witch Doctors earlier, like some people you could just see it in their face, like they're just not it, right?
Like Sharon. Like, did you see Sharon's little stream saying that took over today?
I'm not even saying that about Sharon. Like, he doesn't look like he's slow per se, but there are just some people that look slow. But anyway, long story short, like I said, this kid was kind of a little bit off, and he kind of had that sort of glazed eye kind of thing too with him. But I remember, and I'm going somewhere with this. This is like a tragic, funny memory too, because like I said, he's dead now. He died in a horrible story, but I remember like asking him like, like what do you plan to do with yourself? Because I'm getting money, I'm up, everything in my situation is going well. He's just a weird little problem I got set all of a sudden. So I'm talking to him now. I'm like, bro, what are you doing with yourself? Like, what is your plan? And this nigga, I swear to God, the nigga is this. And again, he's a young adult, and I'm an older dude, like questioning this young adult man, like, bro, what is your idea? Like, what are you gonna do with yourself? And he said, yeah, I'm just gonna dance and make some money. Like that was his plan in life, was to be like a street performer, to dance and make money on the corner. I don't even know if he was really a good dancer or not. He's bullshit kid. I think he could do parkour. He was just a weird kid, and he got killed in the Bronx. Like some girl, some situation, they beat him up and killed him. But like, it was such a sad story. And I just remember, I used to think about that. Like, and this is why I remember it, because I remember my homeboy, I think I was telling him the story, or he was there when I was talking to the kid, but I was telling him, like, bro, it's like sometimes you meet people and it's like they be trying their best to not be shit, bro. Like, and it is weird when you listen to him, you talk to him, and it's like, nigga, your lifelong plan, like you wake up every day, you practice and you train, you study how to not be shit. Like, that is so fascinating. And then, like, eventually the nigga died in a stupid, kind of weird way. And it just like, so when I be trying to tell these niggas, like, bro, like, you don't understand. No, niggas do not be learning useful skills growing up in the ghetto, bro. I don't know what you niggas be talking about, man. Like,
I mean, what you think happened, bro? See, the boomers was the last one to actually get skills, and they say fuck Gen X. They really say fuck they other kids, the millennials, and they want to go ahead and ask Gen Z to go ahead and help them open up a Facebook profile or learn AI. Come on, what you expect, bro?
Well, I can tell you, being a millennial in 2000, I remember being in the smarty kind of school was like the best school you can go to before going private. Um, Having a discussion with some other dark skinned kids and everything, we were saying like, "Hey, yo, our backup plan was to go work at Wheeler Foundry, right? Because we know the black men that work at Wheeler Foundry all drive Cadillacs, so we knew that was a good backup plan for us to go. Push come to shove, that's what we can do. But our town turned into try to be a tourist town, and they got rid of all the factories. So there's no like the bottom is bottoming right now for men in America, especially when they're moving all the factories away. Like trying to avoid not being shit is a lot more difficult now, man. Because back in the day, like you said with the boomers, they can say, "Oh, I can just go work at the local factory, be straight." Just hop right out of school or come back from the military and just go get a factory job and just stay there for 20, 30 years. But it's not so much with us in the current day.
Hey, probably mess around and drop out of school and then start early too.
Yeah, even that. Like my granddaddy. They say he just had a sixth grade education, but he drove cement trucks and he was balling in the summer when they was pouring concrete everywhere.
But you know what? We're gonna kind of wrap this show up today, guys. Appreciate y'all coming up on the stage with me. Appreciate y'all holding the court on the panel. I was just thinking one last thought too, man.
See, you always talking about you gonna end the show, and then you gotta do one more thing.
I know. I'm terrible, but no. I just one last thought I was thinking about. Because we talked about logic. I opened the show with a sort of at a point in the show, I started out with a video about logic, right? Just the basic rules of logic. And I realized maybe one of the things that does get me in trouble on these Chitlin Circuit panels, like when I was talking to Witch Doctor earlier, I kept accusing him of using emotional reasoning as opposed to raw logic, and he denied it. But I think I was pretty accurate with it. And point is though is that I know I get myself into trouble with the Chitlin Circuit and the community on these panels because I use it's best that I can work it out, right? I use as close to pure logic as I can manage in my own physical capacity, right? Because we're all frail human individuals, right? But I try to use logic as stringently as I can manage it, and that maybe gets me in a dangerous intellectual territory with the community. Yeah, logic does not belong in the fishbowl. Yeah, expound on that a little bit, Freeman's Drama, before we get out of here. Logic does not belong in the fishbowl. Is there not enough room in the black fishbowl for the white man's logic?
There isn't, right? It's the inability to see outside of the fishbowl. So it's like nothing outside of the fishbowl matters. And I don't know, maybe I said this earlier, but it's like the most obvious thing you would do is ask successful blacks how they got successful. All right. If you want to figure it out, that seems like the easiest, logical first choice, right? How they do it, right? But that question is that question ever asked on a panel?
Hardly ever.
Right? But they don't want to know because it's information outside of the fishbowl. They can't even comprehend it. Just like the lady said, time is something that happens to you, right? Your concrete actions do not affect time. Time happens to you. So the people in the fishbowl, things happen to them. And you ask them, because their first defense of why can't you do what these other black people did, what's the first thing they do? They externalize the impetus of their own conditions immediately, right? If you go to Frank Zanu, just has a video just out. He's got that one guy who's been going around the internet. The first thing he said he asked him about black people, right? He didn't even preface it. He said, hey, tell me about the difference between, Africans, blacks, and black Americans, right? First thing he did was talk about the CIA. The first thing he did was talk about external circumstances, right? That's why they're always stuck in the fishbowl, right? They can't do it. They don't have the capability to do it.
And what's really funny about that is like anybody that's successful, or at least the majority of the successful people, if you can like bend their ear a little bit, one of the first things they say is like control what you can control.
They don't have a concept of control. What does that mean to them? Control what? Things just happen to me.
Hey, make your bed like the dude that cries a lot says.
Yeah, like
Peterson used to be good though.
But look,
that's why I had a concept called torque theory. Torque is the ability to defy physics, and people in their mind they don't think they can defy their reality. No, everything happens, like you said, everything happens to them, and you have to have something in you that tells you that you can overcome these circumstances.
But look, now here's the thing I understand, right? I actually thought about it, and my mom always used to tell me, if it is to be, it's up to me.
Yep.
Right? That's it. I have heard that phrase probably 10,000 times, right? No, literally hundreds of times, right? I've heard, what is that book? The Little Engine That Could, one of my favorite books as a kid. That has been read to me dozens of times. Dozens of times. Black culture and black history was presented to me as, look what black people can do.
Yep. Hey, but they had to change that though. The powers that be had to change that because, like, if you look at Golden 13? The naval officers or whatever. It's like, yo, man, they, in spite of everything in their circumstances, they had much harder circumstances than you or I ever will have. But for some reason they were able to achieve and I'm not able to. Man, get out of here.
But what I've noticed having kids is that they have an intrinsic I can't that you have to overcome within them. And I think, Freeman, you have a daughter now?
Correct. And that is true.
So
we do exactly that. You're not allowed to say can't.
Right. So you have to have that kind of environment at home, to help them in order for them otherwise think about it, they have that I can't thing and then you coming in with white supremacy rhetoric and the white man is CIA and all this other stuff. You know what I'm saying? You just enabling that. Well, I think it's probably intrinsic in people. You're just feeding into that and what they're doing. It just it takes a responsible parent or a responsible guardian figure to come in and help you override that. Like that clip with I don't know what movie it's a football movie with some teenagers and he had a guy sitting on he had one kid that was kind of like out of shape and fat and he was carrying another kid. He's like, you gotta go 10 yards and just close your eyes and do it. And then at the end of it, he crawled him all the way through the whole field without him knowing it. You know what I mean? It's that kind of moments you gotta do with people. Well, and it's much harder as an adult, but you have to get them through that, over that hump for them to have to develop their own tort theory that they can overcome these circumstances.
It's so
And
interesting. Let me. I'm sorry. I just had to jump in there real quick. Miss Cantrell is
I'm good.
making an interesting argument here in the chat. Well, a couple of points really. She says Hood goes to a panel trying to do surgery when they have only consented to a little dose of pain meds. And then Freeman's Journal here, he responds and says, they don't even want that. They want to prove Hood wrong. Hood needs the medicine. And two things, right? One, it's interesting watching people kind of analyze you openly and publicly. And this is why I was like fascinated a while ago. Actually, I wonder if I could pull that up real quick since we're going into way more time than I
Yeah.
was expecting to go. Let's do some extra. I know, shut up, Mr. O. I was about to kick y'all out and do this show all alone again, right? No, let me go see if I can pull something else up. But the point I wanted to say, the thing I was talking about was it's interesting to hear people kind of talk about you and analyze you publicly or whatever. And I'm reminded of the time where SKC, he kind of fed my one of my shows into a chat GPT sort of algorithm thingy. And it was interesting. It was interesting because I don't think the chat GPT thing was all that wrong. It was actually, it seemed kind of close to, what I would agree to, at least. Maybe not how I would describe myself exactly, but how I just, like I said, I agreed to what the chat GPT thing laid out. Dude, I don't even know if I can figure out which one of these videos it is. I guess we can't do that just now. But no, I remember he did this show, and I always said I would try to get back to that. But it's interesting. The point I was making is that it's interesting, like hearing, like being dissected, I guess, right? And what I think is fascinating, what I've kind of learned doing this Chitlin Circuit kind of tour, is that the community is very, very averse to being dissected. I could like tolerate commentary about me, even if it were negative, and even if it were maybe even negative in the extreme. Like I can tolerate commentary about me and not even think personally about it. I'll take it, even if it's true and it's negative. I'll take it and consider it, because like I'm not averse to just self-criticism, right? Because I believe that your worst critic should be yourself, and that's sort of a balm. It's a defense against out external criticisms, right? However, I don't know if that's a thing that's really widely held in the community. The community is very, very sensitive to dissection, I noticed.
I think most of society is like that though now. Like and you can expand that to the community, if you will. Because that whole like, if a white man gets a cold, black man gets flu. But it's like we are just sensitive. And like any amount of like, criticism or constructively or otherwise or whatever, it's just like it's just jeered at, man. It's crazy. And then like because growth comes from discomfort. You have to be discomfortable to grow. That's why they call it growing pains, right?
Yeah, I guess that is the truth of it. I guess that is. But all right, gentlemen, we are really gonna wrap this one up. All right, I'm gonna think of a whole new show, and I'm probably try to get a show done before I go to work tomorrow evening. So we're actually gonna get out of here this time. All right, thank you guys so much for coming up here, man. I appreciate you guys for hanging out in the chat. Shout out to everybody who came through for the show. All the overtime listeners, appreciate you so much. I am working on another channel, by the way. I haven't launched it quite yet, but
Yeah, man. What happened to the two? What happened to Hood Server the 2? I know I tagged you on X and asked you.
oh
what you
yeah,
did.
well you probably weren't even there for that whole thing. As best I can understand, I think I might have created a brand new racial slur as far as the algorithm was concerned, and so as soon as the show shut down, it immediately terminated the whole channel.
What?
Damn.
With a bang. Nobody doesn't like me, bro. I tell you, these niggas, man, none of these niggas.
None of these niggas have motion except for me. There has to be one real nigga left in America, in this damn country.
Yeah, when I did the show about the indigenous Negroes, you guys remember the name I created. I'm not gonna say it again. Please don't try to see it on the panel because I swear to God, I think that's part of the reason why I got that because either that or I just have an enemy out in the YouTube world, and I'm not willing to just automatically blame somebody for something I might be totally responsible for. Because as I read through the terms and conditions with a fine-tooth comb, I may have committed multiple egregious sins during the course of one live stream. Because not only did I create a racial slur, I said it 1,000 times.
You should have said it was educational. EDSA, educational, documentary, satire, artistic. Those are the
I don't think that I don't think that would have saved you, man. Like that might work for naked yoga, but I don't think that'll work for Hood.
I mean, listen, I have my suspicions. I don't know. I'm willing to accept that maybe I did a little bit too much in terms of the algorithm. I might have haters too. That crossed my mind, but as I read the terms, I was like, oh well, it would be really hard to fight that. No lie. I read the rules, bro.
Well, I mean, you already got put on notice. You know what I'm saying? You probably were already in the crosshairs.
Yeah. I think my channel was already under some heat.
Yeah, you just gave him an alley oop. That's all you did, man.
Was it late in the stream?
No, it was the whole show. I can't even type it in the chat. That's I literally can't type it in the chat. And not only that, I made the show. That was the title of the show. It was literally in the show title too.
I remember when I saw the graphic and I saw the title. I oh, you wildin'. I was like, look, and I was like, I catch the replay, and I was like, man, where the channel at, man? I was like, oh man.
Nah, I feel you already know how to do it, bro. I'm just taking my time. But yeah, that's the move, man.
So it's gonna be the Hood Server 3 coming back up.
Nope, not even gonna name it that. I think we're gonna go with something a little bit different. We're gonna call it The Church. I think I heard Freeman's Journal type that in the chat earlier, and I think I like that. We're gonna reopen The Church officially, The Church of Misogyny, but we're gonna call it The Church though. And I think I'm gonna try to split some of the content. So the gender war, male female stuff, we'll do in The Church, and then I can keep some of my other just broader content over here. I'll get philosophical over here. Try to keep it cleaner.
Hey, it's gonna be DA, and you're gonna misspell church. Is that how you
Yeah,
doing it?
Church. Yeah,
drop the hard R in church.
capitalize the R. Yeah, you know what? It is on Rumble, y'all. I didn't even think about that. Beige Lives Matter just reminded me. I was streaming to Rumble that day. So
Oh,
if you want to catch that one stream, it wasn't even like other than just saying the word over and over again. I was just literally posing questions like, bro, if y'all was here, what y'all was doing the whole time? Like, what was your culture like? Tell me some of your stories. Who was some of your heroes?
oh
Like,
yeah, yeah.
it was a whole but I think the word alone and the fact that I kept saying it with impunity, they were like, no, there is punity, nigga.
Yeah, like I'm gonna catch that on my drive tomorrow, man.
Yeah, you should find it on Rumble. It was. I feel embarrassed almost because like I'm looking back at it and I don't know why. I just felt like it was okay to do. I totally didn't even think about the algorithm, the YouTube rules, or nothing. Now I'm looking at it like, yeah, you got to be more careful, bro.
Oh look,
Yeah,
like look,
now would be a great time to drop the Rumble channel link. Not to the video itself, but to your Rumble channel.
Oh, facts. Hold
And
up,
it-
hold up, hold up. Let me pull that up. Let me go.
yeah, like I'm gonna catch that on my drive tomorrow, man, because I gotta go to Atlanta tomorrow, so that's a little distance away, so I'm gonna get all that in, man. And I'm gonna tell. I already know you was
Wait, it's
wilding,
not even
man.
on. Wait, I don't even think it's on. Wait, let me just double check. I don't see it on the Rumble. Shit, it might not be. Nope, it's not on the Rumble channel, bro.
Oh man,
Yeah, I was doing that just live on YouTube, so that shit really.
man, you was really tripping, man.
I
Yeah,
know. You know what it
bogus
was,
that one.
bro? I was up all night, and I had a whole other shift that I was about to do, but I had to kill some time in between, and it was the fatigue, bro. It was straight up fatigue. I'm blaming it on the fatigue, damn. It was a white man. I'm using a white man excuse, bro. I was fatigued. I just not enough sleep, bro. Not enough.
Like
Drop the whole classic and then no backup. That's crazy.
man.
I
See,
know,
this
bro. I
this
will say this. It's saved on StreamYard somewhere. It is on StreamYard somewhere.
hey, this is where I'm dissect you a little bit, man. I'll be like, man, maybe it's a subconscious thing, man. Maybe it's a way for you to like kind of take a break a little bit, man. It's
I
like,
was
hey.
thinking about that. I was thinking I need that's why I'm not even pressed to start the next channel yet. I'm kind of slowing down on the live streams just for the moment. So yeah, I am gonna fall back slightly just for a little while. We'll start because you know why? Even when I start another channel, I won't be able to live stream from it right now. And technically, I have a whole third channel up and running that I haven't posted content to in a while. And I'm going to post content to that. I'm going to work on some other things I've been meaning to get done. And then, we'll get back to that. So I'm going to slow down a little bit on this channel because this is the good thing about not living off of YouTube. I don't quite need this money. I just enjoy having the little extra YouTube money. But I can live without a YouTube check for a month or two until we start trying to do some other shit. Because I have ideas for a whole other channel. And I want to do something that is less like me in terms of like live streaming where you hear my voice all the time. I want something that is just straight up purely monetizable. That's not my personality. These Manosphere channels where it's just straight up content and it's like an AI voice. I think I'm gonna have to work on that. That's what I want to do, but I'm gonna have to invest a little bit more in a proper like editing and AI system because the good voices ain't cheap. You know what I mean?
Well, I mean, like basically, like you can do the show with like it'll be an overlay, kind of like when V does his cartoon thing, or I've seen another cat. He's got like a voice, basically it's like a voice modulator.
I think you need a camera for the cartoon thing though, because I've seen V's Little Monster. You need because I don't know any other way to do that overlays without having some type of camera interface. Because outside of that, I don't know. Like StreamYards don't give you another like option to put a bigger like image on the screen. Like if I do this right here, this is the best I can manage. I can't take this entire black square, this black rectangle that's on the screen. All I can do is fill out the circle. I don't know how to fill out the rectangle. So I'm assuming the people that get that done, there's some type of camera editing. Like when you hook up a camera to it, it must open up some other options for you is all I can assume.
There's probably a graphic like overlay thing too, where like you wouldn't necessarily be able to like change this like around the circle, but you could probably put like an overlay behind it. I don't know. I ain't really mess with StreamYard like that. We use another one, not OBS, but another one of the joints. I can't even remember the name of the program now. Because their call-ins like is a lot clearer and it upreses the video and audio.
But yeah, no, I have ideas that I want to try to start working on. So the little bit of free time I do open up, I'm gonna try to put some more time into that, and then we're gonna start up another channel. But like I said, it's not like I can live stream from another channel immediately. So we're gonna just build it up slowly from the ground up. There's content that I have to gather and actually put out to make it worthwhile. So we just got to get back to the work of doing the work. And I'll live stream from here periodically.
If you're gonna do that joint, you can ask like a question and then go through and like you know what I'm saying, like because I know how you are with like some of your thoughts. It'd be interesting. You could be like, oh, was Kevin Samuels right? And you could stitch all the like the you know the videos together, proving one thing or another.
You know, it's funny. I was watching Jay Prince the other night, and he had this dude up there, Uda, and I don't really know Uda as far as content. I just came across him on panels a couple of times, but he seemed like a cool dude. He was telling Jay Prince, he was a New Yorker too. He's telling Jay Prince that there's certain features that StreamYard has, and it's probably like StreamYard Pro or something. You got to pay a little bit more money than I'm paying right now, but StreamYard has features that allows you to kind of cut up your streams and to make shorts and stuff like that. And then like, if you look for like keywords, it'll section out certain parts of your live stream automatically using like AI programs, and it will just cut up a short for you automatically. And like, it'll cut your production time down like almost in half, basically.
Yeah, like the program we have has that, and it's got another program in it that they own. It's like highlighter or something like that, I think is what it's called. And basically it does a word transcript, and from that word transcript it basically does a keyword generator, and from that's how it cuts the shows up.
American Man asked, which direction am I taking the church? I guess I'm gonna keep the church in pretty much the same spirit that you know it as. I just want to dedicate a channel to it, so I can have a second channel on YouTube again, because that's really my main goal, is to have a second channel. Because although this channel is monetized, honestly, I'm gonna keep it a stack. The fact that I lost my second channel so easily, it kind of like made me feel vulnerable in a weird way. So I'm not even gonna play with this channel that much. I want to get another channel up and running, and then once I get that monetized, then I can, do maybe a little bit more on this channel again. I want to create a buffer. Goddamn it, I feel naked without my second channel.
Naked and afraid, man.
No bullshit, bro. Life come at you fast, don't it?
Hey, they start you out with a knife and a loincloth, man.
Hey, bro. This is what they try to tell you about. I guess there is this truth. There's this one intangible truth that which Dr. and them were trying to tell you about, like coming out the projects and surviving the hood and all that. I'm accustomed to operating on a shoestring budget. I understand that, get it out the mud, start it from the bottom. I have no problem getting my hands dirty and I got no problem with the grind. I'm a stand in the pocket and pitch. If that's what it takes, bro, whether it's slinging dope or slinging videos, bro, I'm a stand in the pocket and pitch, bro. I guess that's what the hood taught me. Like, it's a weird, I understood the points they were attempting to make, but there's not a lot of tangible transfers. All I was saying, there's a lot of, it's a lot of intangible shit.
As I said in the comments, you can't put that shit on a resume or a job application. Like, you're not talking about your experience. You're not talking about your experience in the hood in a job interview. Like, come on, bro.
It's not what you think it is, bro. It's not. But gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for watching another episode of The Hoodservative. Like I said, we will be doing sporadic live streams. I will give you another show tomorrow because I do have to go to work tomorrow evening, and then I'm gonna be busy for a couple of days. So I'll get back to you after that. Salute to the panel. Thank you to everybody that supported the show. Can't do it without you guys. I appreciate your donations, even if it's just a hobby. Like I said, I need you.
Give me the money. Give me the money for our dude. Give me the money.
But we are gonna wrap this one up. This has been Is Logic Black? And a lesson in African philosophy. That was depressing. No bullshit. I'm so happy to be an American nigga.
Aspiring to be patriarchs like what white men have, that isn't freedom. That isn't going to help anybody. It's certainly not going to help black people.
It's done. It's done. It's done. It's done. It's done.